Hello, hello. One moment while I get things up and running and see if they stay up and running this time. One moment. Testing. Testing. Okay, everything seems to be up and running for now. So, yesterday, if y'all are at all attempted to attend my stream open parentheses S in parentheses, um, I was having trouble. The trouble is probably on the hands of AT&T itself. There was something going on that every time I tried to get onto the PS5 and handle editing of YouTube at the not editing, YouTube itself at the same time, it would crash out. So we're going to open everything we had open yesterday, which includes my notes and that one website. And then we're going to run 2 matches. If 2 0 build matches, hell, we'll run ranked so they're fast and I get killed quick. If 2 0 build matches go without any issue of it disconnecting, we will go ahead and run the entire story like we were supposed to yesterday, from beginning of the creation to the Simpsons current story. If for some reason it crashes, we will call it a day, and I won't be streaming until I can reset it. I'm hoping I can get it up and running by this Saturday if I don't have a job this Saturday, because this Saturday is the second version of the Butterfly Rift event. Now, of the 2 events that have already happened, there's been small changes in OG. The rift that the visitor opened was red. The cube that came in was red and friendly. Now, the cube has been corrupted, but that indicates there may be some change in the Rift Butterfly event. Um, so if you need to get caught up on what the Butterfly event originally looked like, go look in someone else's YouTube. I still can't get mine off the PS4 recording as of right now. Ding, ding, ding. What you doing there, littles? What are you sniffing my legs for? What's up, Squeaky? Squeaky, your 1.7K short got overthrown by a 2K short of a roller coaster. I'm sorry. This is an old roller coaster too. It's the Boomerang. I hear your purrs. It means you forgive me. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna start at the beginning of the locker, which will be actually, you know what? We'll run randoms because we're gonna run randoms yesterday. While we did it, so we'll just run randoms today and talk about story. We'll go ahead and go into ranked battle royale. This is build or whatever. I usually get up to gold and then I switch over to the other rank and get that up to gold just to earn the EXP and the items. I'm not shooting for platinum or unreal or whatever the heck the high ranks are. It's a pretty girl. Wake up, Squeaky. We need some loving. I love you, Squeaky. We're about to play. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know if I'll run. I think I'll be just running through it and then we'll talk about something after this match. It's important. As long as we're still here. Let's see. Furthest from, we'll hit whatever the heck this is. don't know if I've been out here. I usually don't go past the stacks. Basic UD. I'm fighting people. Now you can see that some of the roads have been destroyed, though. That even though this was a kind of a mashup of the of the island and the real place, looks like some places weren't correctly mashed up. They just were ported over and then ending. I honestly don't think I've been in here at all. One chest. Can't see puppy. Slurp. Okay, that gives you about 15. Wait, what? Why here? Pickles, man. You actually damage people in the last season, so that works. It seems to be going so far. You two behaved in there. Thank you for behaving. Or you attack. Oh no. Little black cat stacking me. Oh no, she attack. Oh no, she's tenderizing me. I am not breakfast. What are you yipping about? Where are you? Hey, kids, behave. Does that count? Oh, they're 949. I'll have to check next time. Not aiming down the sights of that gun sucks. Okay. Oh. Okay, we've gone a whole match without issues. So you know what? We'll go ahead, call yesterday's problem washed, and go ahead and start on the storyline. So welcome to Fortnite with Sephiroth TX / Joshua Winters. If you'd like to support me and my work, especially right now since I'm um please go visit your local ebook, whatever ebook group you like to buy from. I should be on all of them. Go to Amazon, go to Barnes and Nobles, go to Kobo, whatever you wish. I'm also on some foreign ones. My work is not translated on some foreign ones, but if you can read English, I'm there. Um, First, I'd like to note a complaint I have, something I did talk about yesterday, and something I have on another video. The fact that this feature is broken if you have 70 or more loadouts. Because I have 70 loadouts, if I chose randomize and Jason was highlighted, randomize would show a different character over here, the random character. But once we log in, it would be Jason that would show, or if you're going to do his real name, Dirge, that would show up, and not the random loadout. But it would have some completely different loadout of emos that are either belong to the random, usually belong to the random loadout that it was supposed to be part of. Oh no, I'm being attacked. Littles has me. Melo's such a vicious animal. Vicious. Oh no, how vicious you are. She woke me up 3 o'clock this morning so she could lay on me, laid on my arm, and then she fell asleep. And then when I tried to move her, she made the angriest little meows. Had the hiccups. You okay down there? You okay? What do you got the hiccups for? You have to see her. One of these days, I'm going to take a picture, or video of this. She's kicking me with her back feet and now on my finger, but softly. Like it hurts a little, but she doesn't pierce. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. And she got distracted. Such ADD. Such ADD, wow. You got pretty eyes. You got pretty eyes, little kitty. You got pretty eyes. She's just fighting with my hand. I think she's winning. Ow, that one kind of hurts. Watch it. You just got right in between my knuckles there. That's all. Oh, a little shite. She's such a kitten. She needs other kittens to play. She tries to play with Squeaky because she's so little and get like with Squeaky's grumpy monkey. Squeaky a grumpy monkey. I think get you a teething ring. What's going on here? See today. Suddenly you want to play wrestle while I'm on. Usually he only does this with my kid. Wrestle. Okay, so yeah, that was my complaint there. Not the cat, the loadout problem. Um, so from here, what we're going to do is we're going to do the timeline. We're going to do the before time timeline or the unknown timeline area first. Um, and then we'll get into the actual timeline after each match. We'll go through a section of timeline till we're at the end. It's going to be a very long stream. I do hope it doesn't take more than 4 hours, but if it does, I might have to cut it towards the end and do the rest of it later. At the beginning of all time, there was the Big Bang. But prior to the Big Bang, there was nothing. The nothing is something that we see in different um, media forms. In Fortnite, it's the nothing. In the Darkness series, it's the darkness. In Elder Scrolls, it's the void, which becomes Sithis. In each version, the creation of creation causes the nothing to become a sentient separate being, which sometimes is malevolent and sometimes is just pure destruction. The darkness wants creation to go back to the darkness. It wants creation to be eliminated. Sithis appears to be just a standby god of death and doesn't appear to want the elimination of everything. We're not entirely sure. Um, the nothing, if the nothing is also the shapeless man, appears to be helped create the last reality and seems to want only one reality left, and everything else to be returned to him. After the nothing, there was the Big Bang. The Big Bang was the clash of photons or atoms or something that caused a massive explosion, created a massive wave of energy that created all stars and dust and stardust. And then planets were formed around these stars as they spread out throughout the galaxy. And then life began on these on some of the planets that were close enough to the stars to be habitable with the right amounts of gas and minerals. After the Big Bang, there was after the Big Bang here in this storyline at least created all realities. That means it didn't just create universes; it created multiple universes. The DC universe, the Marvel universe, our universe, Fortnite universes are all separate universes connected together by the Big Bang and what it left behind, the 0 point. Zero point is a condensed, almost solid ball of energy that connects all universes, all separate realities together. Are you licking my toenail? No, you're licking your foot. My toenail's in the way. Okay. Weird cat. And then, so yeah, I left that together. The 0 point is a ball of energy. If you don't dial it and you try to go through the 0 point, it'll actually tear apart whoever tries to go through it. Because it'll be dialed into several realities at once, and usually that'll spread your remains throughout different realities, which could be really freaky on the other side now that I think of it. Um, if you do know how to dial it, which takes certain types of technology, you can actually dial it to which dimension you would like to travel to and travel in and out of that dimension using the dialing system. The 0 point, because it exists at the center of realities, can be seen at multiple realities, but its main center point at the very beginning is the reality zero, its birthplace. Then we have what's known as unknown time periods. This is spread anywhere from the beginning of the universe up to about the beginning of chapter one, maybe chapter two. These are things we don't have exact time frames for. One is after the creation of the universe for a while, there's the last reality is formed. Last reality is a empire of multiple creatures who came into being, and likely because the nothing or the shapeless man, if they're not the same people, formed them. Their ideals is they should be the last reality. All other realities should be collapsed or wiped out, one way or the other, and they should be the last reality. They create super weapons. They create invasion forces. They've done a lot to make sure that they are the last reality. Now, why they want to be the last reality, we're not sure. They just seem to be an evil empire. They are best known for having cursed purple energy. They are the creators of the Storm and the Cube King. And the cubes are the majority of the race, which the cubes are like a sentient, semi organic machine or computer. We know that they can be turned off the MPs, reset, and that they even come in a good red form. And here we go. We're going to do what we did last time. So far, streaming seems to be holding up strong. So, sometime after the last reality is formed, the Cube King becomes, or this person becomes a Cube King. His name is Origin. We don't know why his name is Origin. It's either a title he was born with, a title because he originated the Seven, or a title he was given as the Cube King, as an originator of the cubes or something. We don't know exactly. I believe it might be just because he's an originator of the Seven, and the Seven have titles like the Origin, the Foundation, the um, Imagine, the Order, even though they were named probably by their father. and so on. So the origin becomes the Cube King, and the Cube Queen is probably crowned at this point too, unless she's crowned afterwards and leaves. We don't know. We don't know again if the Cube King is actual royalty and leader of the army, or if this is more of a military station as leader of the military station. Because when the Cube King comes, she leads the people to battle, which is not usually what a ruler would do, except for in ancient times, Alexander and whatnot. Then this guy's father, not Origin. So this is Human Bill. He is your typical gray alien, comes in different colors. His father helped create the mothership, which indicates his father was part of the last reality, or at least worked for them. The motherships were the giant UFOs that make up the majority of the fleet of the last reality. The last reality's fleet are small fighters. The abductors, which are round, circular ships with empty in the middle that can abduct people, and the motherships, which are so massive that they are actually the size of the island, to the point that the first island was actually created around a mothership somehow, or was buried in there somehow. And then the cube cradle, which is a massive sphere Death Star like thing we don't know much about, is one of those threads we kind of left. The last time we heard the last reality was probably in season 4, when we learned that someone was in contact with them, and that was it. Outside the current OG timeline. The cubes, which I already told you were sentient computers, the cursed cubes, the purple ones, create the chalice to cube catastrophe. Now, we don't know if the cube's origin is the cursed cubes purple, if they're originally blue like the reset cube we did, or they're originally red like Redvin that came in before he was cursed. We're not sure what their original form is. The fact that they make up the most of the last reality as far as life forms goes indicate they may originally be purple, as well as the fact that the kinetic crystal we believe they are made out of is also originally purple, indicating the curse power may have something to do with the kinetic crystals. But anyway, the cubes create a chalice of cube catastrophe. This is just a human-sized chalice. It doesn't look any different, but it somehow, in an unknown way, has the power to wipe out an entire world it is on. We're not entirely sure how that works. Last time we saw the Chalice Cube Catastrophe, and the only time I think we really saw it, was in season 4's collapse era when we got into the forest and we handed it off to God, maybe? I'm not sure exactly what happened to the end of it. That's the last time we heard of it. It's one of Chapter 4's many loose strings. At some point around this time, the Herald starts making a name for herself in quiet places. The Herald we do have. The Herald is a plant-like species, or I think they're plant-like species because there's another one of them like this, and you can see like folds of plant-like clothing around them, and then some what I call the luminary juice. We believe the luminaries might have been this species. There's 2 of them left, the Herald, and we'll actually talk about that later on. This is the Herald. Her planet, if she's the same species as the other lady, is gone. There's a good chance the Herald destroyed that planet. The Herald at some point joins the last reality under the guide of the is either the shapeless man or the nothing or one of the others. That might be the nothing's form, and gains chrome powers, and she is the reason the second/third island is shattered. Um, we know that the Herald escaped in season 4 from the tree, and we really have not heard of her since. Um, she escaped from the tree, and that was it. That's all we know. She may have went back to Last Reality to tell them of her failure. At this point, where the Herald was making a name for herself in quiet places, this is probably pre the pre the her joining the Last Reality. Now, the juice I'm talking about, this glowing stuff on her, is something a group called the Luminaries use to seem to power them up. It seems to originate with this plant species, as the leader of the Luminaries is another version of her. or another species of her, or looks like they are. And she has given this liquid form to other people of the gang she now calls the luminaries, which is empowering them with this glowing product. What it exactly does, we're not 100% sure. Maybe it mutates them into these plant creatures, turns them into gods, gives them special powers. We don't know. It's never been fully explained as far as I'm aware. The army of the last reality at this point invades Fortnite to save the world. So this is pre Battle Royale loop area. Last reality invades save the world. It almost wipes out the entire world, leaving only a chunk of land left, covering 3/4 or 8/9 of the world in storm. Turning this in this invasion, they have a different one than they had ever had in Battle Royale, where they turned humans into the zombie horde that they used to attack the other humans. You can tell they were human because their skin is slowing off. It's kind of gross. Um, but the last reality is constantly fought against. In the end, the last reality is fought back to defeat and encased in ice underground. We don't know exactly what that means. That could indicate that the last reality is still in that world, waiting to strike back. Could indicate that the save the world reality eventually became the ice moon, because who encased him in ice if it was an ice king? We were not sure. At least if it says it, I have beaten save the world. Sorry, I played it a lot back in the day. Haven't touched it in a while. I know there's an in game, but after they stopped giving you coins for that, like extra V-Bucks, I really just stopped playing it. Uncounted ages ago, this is still unknown time period. The Ice King and his brave allies began collecting items of power, things that are too dangerous to exist, such as the Cyclops monster, the Devourer, and the Infinity Blade. Anything that causes a threat to mass death, mass destruction, or reality rewriting. The Infinity Blade, if you ever used it, you know how powerful that was. So powerful that IO had to come in and ban it. And then the Devourer, of course, was that creature who fought in Chapter 1 and tried to eat the 0 point, and the was defeated by the robot. We'll get to that later on, too. At some point, one of Ice King Sanchez's allies, known as the Fire King, and one of his best friends, as far as we're aware, decides that they should start using the stuff they're collecting to warp realities to their vision. His idea is not terrible. His idea is if they can use these items to make realities better, um, more controlled, less chaotic, less violent, maybe, they could just have a dozen peaceful realities under their belt. Why not? But the Ice King sees this as abuse of power. He sees this as that it could get out of control, could go from making realities peaceful to just right out dictatorship. They get in a fight. In an effort to stop his friend, the Ice King freezes him in chains underneath his castle. In an effort to keep him frozen, he ends up taking his planet, the Ice Moon, and freezes it over completely, including himself. Before the Ice King goes to sleep in cryo, he drifts the moon into the zero reality where the 0 point exists. His idea is nobody goes in and out of this reality. No one really knows about it. It's buried deep in all the other realities. It's probably safe. At this point, the loop again is probably not created by the time he sets it in. If there's any humans on the island, they're native humans. We're not even sure if they're native humans on the island, honestly. But yeah, I guess I could show the Ice King. Yeah. And by Ice King, I don't mean Princess kidnapping Ice King. This is Ice King. This is his Ice Queen. In fact, you know what? I've never checked to see if she's based on anything. We'll do that later. Maybe we'll do that with a new Locker series. The new Locker series could be interesting. But yeah, this is the Ice King. At some point in their original world, which season 6 was a chunk of, and season 4 had a chunk of as well. The River Guard and the Fox Clan become historic rivals. The River Guard is a water-based, superpowered river people. They and very Japanese influence, like the Fox Clan, of course, are the people Drift is part of. They have drift powers. They're able to pop in and out of realities, likely natural. I'm not sure if it's by natural means or by mechanical means, but it appears to be natural. Sometime after that, they kind of put aside their whole rivals, and alongside the Peace Syndicate, create Mega City. Mega City is this massive Neolithic, neo like cyberpunk city. Lots of neons, lots of constantly raining almost, and it's massive. And the Peace Syndicate become pretty much the primary people in Mega City. The Riverguard Fox fan have their tiffs. Peace Syndicate is like tiffs are stupid. At some point, the River Guard and the a member of the River Guard, the brother of the leader, joins the Fox Clan, which just kind of flares up tensions. Mystica, that's her name. So Mystica, the other of the plant species we have, which I do believe. Am I blind? Where the hell is she? Wait, there she is. Mystica, the other little plant species, you can see some of the plant stuff around her waist and whatnot, and she does look similar, albeit she has a full bloom of galactic above her. Um, her world is destroyed. It's likely that the Herald, the other of her race, the only other one left, uh, destroyed the planet in her conquest, likely already working for Last Reality, as far as we know. Mystica comes to the world and ends up in Mega City. She decides to create a new gang in a city of gangs called the Luminaries, and she shares with them her glowing fluid stuff that grants powers. We'll see another Luminary later on that also has the power. In fact, can we see any other Luminaries? Okay, so here's some Luminaries. This is Luminary Hypatia. Now, her glow is almost mechanical looking because Hypatia is fully cybernetic to the point that her arms can float. But it is theorized she probably did get the Luminary influence. You don't see it really well. The best one we see it is Tidewalker. Let's get his picture out. Trace, Tidewalker, Trace, same person, different things. Where you can see that let's see if I can get the actual Luminary. Oh, there it is. Where you see the Luminary juice here, what I believe is Luminary juice, is influencing him, giving him powers, giving him glowing parts. I don't know if this lady's supposed to be part of Luminary. I guess she might be. She does have the glow around the arms and stuff. I wasn't aware of it. I also need to start using her again. And then this is just Luminosi's account. I don't think he's part of. Well, I guess he could be. Doesn't quite look it correctly. Sorry, going back to my notes. The Unseen becomes a syndicate in Mega City. The Unseen is part of the Chaos people. Let's see here. We have Rinzo. Rinzo was their leader. Rinzo is the leader of the Unseen. He's also known as a Doomfluencer. They look like they might be villains, but they're not. Him and the bunny lady that runs things are believers in chaos, but not evil. They want to destroy things and tag things and do stuff because that's just something they like to do. But two of their members are traitors to everybody. And One of them is Dahlia. It is unclear if Dahlia is in touch with the last reality at this point. This is the last time we hear of the last reality. But Dahlia is gets and purchases the Chalice of Catastrophe. It's not entirely clear how Chalice of Catastrophe got around the mega city. She is in the unseen gang. And it is unclear if she got in touch with the last reality prior to this and was pointed to the Chalice of Catastrophe, or if she got the Chalice of Catastrophe and then got in touch with the last reality. But she and one of her brother, I believe, become a spy. If I delete this, I can probably show you her butter. Whoops, that didn't work. Just gotta select her first. There's her brother, Styx. Also unseen, also working for Last Reality when we hear him. Styx has some kind of weird singularity power inside of him. Dahlia appears to be either a toy, a live doll, or some really weird cybernetics. Like really weird cybernetics. So possibly more realistic. Ball joints and cybernetics might be the thing to do. So she gets a hand on the Chalice Catastrophe, and it's missing for a while inside her possession. Then this dude, the Foundation, aka the Rock, um, gets in touch with the 0 Point and begins to study it. During his studies, he creates this suit. The suit becomes a suit that Herald 7 inherit. He learns to protect them. First, it protects them from 0 Point's energy. Even though the 0 Point is not corrupted, its multiversal energy and radiation probably isn't great to be bathed in. Even though I think the IO just kind of keeps it open. The suit also protects him when he is at some point attacked or thrown into the nothing, the darkness of the living darkness of space. He is protected by his suit. Later on, when the 0 Point becomes corrupted in the loop and starts erasing minds, it is found out that closed off suits like the Sevens will protect them from the mind erasure. That's why the Seven never loses and Foundation never loses their um, thoughts. It's one of the few ways to keep the 0 Point from erasing your mind. At some point this early, Paradigm, who will become one of the Seven but isn't yet, just have, there's a few paradigms here actually. The original Paradigm is this is Paradigm. This is Paradigm 659, same person. Honestly, it's just her second uniform during that. So Paradigm becomes in touch with what's known as the reality warriors in her own world. In Reality 659, in that world is a snowy world. Reality warriors appear to be a group of mostly female warriors that are bent on protecting reality from inter-reality threats. That's about as much as we know about the reality warriors. So when we visit the reality warriors chunk of world in chapter 4, it is abandoned. Either the reality warriors are gone and Paradigm's the last one, or the chunk of land she threw over to us, somehow not destroying their own world, maybe, um, is it was just abandoned before it was thrown over. This one's not as important, but at some time before all the storyline happens, or at least the major loop happens, this ape gets sent out to space and is forgotten. It is not entirely clear if JB Chimpanski. Let's see what it says here. No, it doesn't. Doesn't actually clear if JB Chimpanski was a sentient humanoid ape prior to leaving, or if there's something he got mutated into once they abandoned him. Either way, he's abandoned to space. At some point, Mary and Dennis from. Oh, okay, so at some point here, the loop is created. Sometime after the loop is created, Mary and Dennis from the Save the World become two of the first to actually get thrown in the loop. Around this time, Midas and Marigold are cursed with the Golden Touch and both lose their left eye. Now, Midas is a little strange. There is two Midases. We have Gold Midas and we have Cursed Midas. Now, originally we thought Cursed Midas was Ghost Midas after Gold Midas was killed, but Gold Midas actually escaped. And there's obviously alternate forms of Midas because we also have anime Midas, which is a complete different alternate form. Like this Midas, this, and this are all the same Midases. This is an alternate reality Midas. This is a Midas Ice copy, and this is a Shadow Midas. We believe Shadow Midas might be the same thing as our Storm guy who arrived in the island first. But there's no indication that Gold Midas was in Chapter 1, just Storm Midas, but they both own the suit, or at least Gold Midas has the suit, possibly after taking it from Storm Midas or Cursed Midas. You can see that this Midas power, this suit's power, is cursed storm energy with the purple lightning and the cursed smoke. It's all the reality stuff. We don't know if that means that Ghost or Shadow Midas slash Storm Midas is working for the last reality, or if he just inherited its power or was cursed by it. Um, yeah. So that's that. So the original Midas, the gold Midas, I should say, likely didn't exist in Chapter 1 and is a native of Chapter 2. And Ghost Midas was first and got Shadow Midas, whatever you want to call him, and was brought over into Chapter 2. At some point, Midas accidentally turned his daughter into gold, then through unknown means brought her back to life. Now, this isn't something that gives me a lot of information here. This is something I just learned from the timeline. We do know the original Midas did that, sort of. I don't think he brought his daughter back to life. I think she's just dead. But there's two daughters that Midas has. One is named Marigold, one is Jules. It is most likely that Marigold is not the person he turned into gold. Marigold and Midas have the same curse. They have the same dead eye and the same cold curse. Likely she's as immune to cold powers as he is. So it is more likely he turned his incredibly cute other daughter, Jules, and don't tell me that face is not cute. And I also love all her piercings and tattoos. And she doesn't have a piercing here. It's in the ears, but who knows? But he likely turned Jules into gold and then reversed it. Luckily, that would have probably devastated him and his other daughter. Midas, prior to Chapter 2, starts building an empire of espionage, creating both the Shadow and Ghost organizations to work against each other on two sides to pretend to be good and bad to influence his island. At some time in an unknown past, we don't know if this is pre-loop or inner loop, Nolan Chance heists the Slap Juice Cobalt and becomes infamous. And that is it for the unknown time frame. The rest of it will be later, but we're going to go in here and just play around. I'll go ahead and continue on battle ranked. We got any like new quests or anything going on? Nothing there. So yeah, we'll go ahead and just go through the entire locker as we do this as much as we can. And every time we die, we'll come out here and talk timeline. Gooey Squeaky. How did they even get in there? It's like I got a lot of coffee grinds in that coffee. Well, I'm glad that it appears to be working so far.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods, top notch. Get the more than the lizzo. Straight terror.
Oh, you can sit on the couch again? The other day when I was here and I couldn't sit on the couch, the reason was that it was messed up. Apparently, the couch gave people immortality if they were close to death. They could sit on the couch and become completely immortal. So the couch was a little OP. There's the Simpsons house and Ned Flanders and whoever's supposed to be on the right. This has a reference to something because if it is, I'm not sure what. Ew, who puts that on the toilet? So why is there carpet around the toilet? Psychopath. I was freaking arcade up here. What the hell? What house have I entered? More toilet carpet. I think there might be secrets everywhere in this house. Secret. It's got a secret. Never mind, again. Ooh. Right, just like breaking windows. Oh, this is interesting. So this drives right here into a rock wall. Like it collapsed. Y'all did not just see me build like an expert there. It's not something I do. What the frick? I know if you can get 4 people on this couch, I think it is, you get like a special. I already got something for being on the couch itself. Oh, yep, we gotta run. Look, the coffee tastes kind of funky right now. Just get this XP here. There's a being worthwhile in it. Not really. That's all. We're gonna be super aggressive, by the way. Oh, not bad. That was fun. Okay, we actually unlocked a few things, I think, in the ranks. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? We got some of these tires. It's a lot like the other tires I got, but okay. And some sprays. This is some Autumn Lady spray. What I haven't checked today? At last night's store. Is there anything new in the store? So Bart's still there. Simpson Kid. We got this. This is a pretty cool emote. Ooh, Dee's is new. We'll check her at the end to see if she's related to any other skin. She's cute though. Got the freckles on the face, kind of a 60s or 70s vibe roller skating waitress at a fast food restaurant. Makes Sonic. Yeah, sprinkles on her, so she probably works her. Yep, they're softies. Outfit's kind of mute, being cute, sultry. Not bad at all. And you know that would be good with the. We don't have a skate emote, do we? We do have one skate emote, but it's not actually movable. The only skate emotes that are movable are attached directly to the skins. So what they need to do is make that one skate emote we got. Well, let's just like skate. Dun, 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 dun. And make it to where it's just usable as a movable item. Also, she get a band-aid on her leg. That's the only new thing. I can see a lot of the autumn stuff is out. We have Aspen, named after Aspen trees or Aspen, Colorado. Leaf blower, kind of cool. Little particle effects on it. I'm sure pot pies is fall to some people. This be just really gross. So cob, roasted corn. This has to do with spirits, I think. Spirits bottom. We have the Autumn Queen, which is one I do have. I have a, oh yeah, there it is. I should have this with her. I do like her leafy back bling. Fortnite drops. Oh, we got more Air Jordans. What the heck is this? This looks like a work boot. This does not look like an Air Force One. We got Whiteout and her Squall bike. Part of like an RPM series. Camille, which I like. She's a little rodent lady. That is. Rustler, if you're into cowgirls. We got some Crocs. And someone let me know that Crocs Classic Cozy zippers exist. So these things are real, and I might go find them. I need to know whether they're fuzzy on the inside, which is what I want. I want warm, fuzzy shoes, or if they're Crocs on the inside and fuzzy on the outside, which makes them pointless. They re-released Cyborg. Cyborg came in this past six series during the superhero season. I just don't have enough money to get more. I would. It also comes with a. It sounds a little like his Teen Titan voice actor, though I can't guarantee that. More Teen Titans, the tunes, possibly due to the notice a couple of months ago we're getting a third Bendy. Bendy? The third Bendy, right? Yeah. Skibbity, which I'll never understand. The new Alien, which looks pretty cool. If I didn't already have an Alien or if I had enough money, I'd get it. Honestly. Tell itself. It's pretty cool. I like this. Some dances. She is. There's a cell shaded person if you want to match up cell shades. Firstborn Stelvin. We talk about him in a minute. Ooh, this is one of my favorites. I think they handwork on this one. They did really good handwork on this one. I don't know if it's perfect, it just looks good. Werewolf probably easy picking those strings with those claws. Nothing here. Dodge Charger. Oh, Metallica's back out for some reason. If you want to cheat your way to the Battle Pass. Oh, while we're here, let's go ahead and claim whatever that we're claiming on the Battle Pass. And then go to our next locker loadout, which will be Sephiroth. And then we go into the next thing. Eons ago, this is within timeline now. The ancients' jungle civilization of a place we'd come to know in rubble ruins in Chapter 4 when it becomes part of the island, used refined kinetic ore to create amazing technology so they create the apparatus. As a reminder, kinetic ore is a purple crystal. We see some of it being mined in the fourth chapter and being used to create a new bridge. The crystal we first see ever is when it lands and breaks off with the meteor in chapter 1, season 4. And we are able to pick up the crystal and break them, which counts as consuming them. And that gives us this short ability to jump very far. It's our first experience of kinetic. Kinetic ore is also used to create a kind of crossbow, as well as the kinetic hammer, which has come back a few times now. Kinetic ore is also believed to be the primary creation of the cubes and was used by IO to create slabs that they could use to help dial the 0 point to to a place they wanted to go to, so they wouldn't be torn apart when they go by 0 point, and could travel at will. The apparatus was a technology far beyond the ancients' usual technology. Kinetic ore really just increased their technology tenfold. While they're still living in temples, they had this thing that could look up to the sky and predict the future and past, indicating kinetic ore may have some direct relation to the 0 point, because the 0 point has is connected to all time and space. I think it mentions it here. Oh, we'll see if it mentions it in the future. I know I saw it somewhere, but hold on. At this point, Optimus Prime notices the ancients and comes into contact with them. The apparatus makes a prediction of the eclipse and the arrival of the revenant vampire Cato Thorn. And the ancient residents create ships and flee from the home. Cato Thorn, I believe, was a cyclical coming, but we don't know how many times he came to their world, or the island. We do know that in chapter 4, he does come to the island after the collapse and becomes a main villain. I originally thought he was the reason Jonesy went back in time and created the third Big Bang, but it is indicated that that is not true. But you know what? We missed over some stuff. There were two things we missed here, and I don't know how we skipped over it. There's a second Big Bang that happens. So what the heck are we? We're gonna go back to pre real quick. Huh? Maybe it happens here. I don't know. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so this happens after the ancients leave their home. Eons ago, likely after this whole thing takes place, stars start to blink out and worlds start to die. We don't know if this is the nothingness, last reality doing it, or if this is just natural. One by one, until there are only a few left. Then a brilliant owl, this is quoted, and helps a clever fox erupt a new Big Bang. This isn't a full Big Bang like Jonesy did, which would have split realities, but this helps fill the vast emptiness with new stars and new worlds. At this point, a reality known as the Triarch's Realm, a demigod-like reality, begins to fall. Triarch encounters a decaying force and becomes evil. We don't know if he encountered the nothingness, last reality, but he becomes evil. Triarch Nox stands for night or evening. Triarch Aurora, who is morning or day, tries to hold the realm together as the third unknown Triarch vanishes. We still don't even know who the third Triarch is. It's one of those loose threads from chapter 4. But fails, and she eventually ends up on the island. The Pantheon realm, Zeus is ruling mortals and immortals alike when the mortal known as Medusa somehow angers them. The immortal known as Perseus gets in the middle of everything and saves Medusa and the mortals, but that would be undone by our actions in chapter 5. We'll get to that in chapter 5. Millions of years ago, the 0 point creates vibranium and ejects that vibranium, some kind of natural process of itself, into several Marvel multiverses. For some reason, it only goes into the Marvel multiverse, and it is ejected into different areas inside the universes. Thousands of years ago, um, Gino founds the imagined order and imprisons the 0 point. Um, it isn't entirely clear what it means by imprisons the 0 point. We know that when we find it, the IO actually has to dig it back up because they don't know where it is, and it's inside Last Reality ship. But at this point, Gino finds the imagined order and imprisons the 0 point. The order and assist with their task of creating the in order to assist with their task of creating a loop, the IO visits the universe of Fortnite Save the World after Last Rally has been defeated, steals Dr. Vinderman's technology, aka Vindertech technology, as well as harnesses the storm and the blue glow. Blue glow was this item only found in the Save the World place that powered Vindertech tech. And then all the remaining survivors of the storm, all dozens of them, become the first people that IO kidnap and shove into the loop, likely hope telling them that we're going to save you and take you somewhere better than what's left of your world. And they don't. Now, to explain the loop is an alternate reality of the 0 points reality at this point. The 0 point reality and the loop are the same reality on different wavelengths. Some things that happen in one can happen in the other one at the same time. So all big events happen in both. One is not within the loop. One doesn't have a storm. It doesn't see most of what goes on inside the loop. Um, it can be affected by what goes inside the loop. It is where the 0 point rests. That's just regular zero reality. IO is usually the only inhabitants of this outer zero reality, but sometimes people escape into it, such as Batman did. The inner loop, the second zero reality, is manufactured and broke off by um, the IO to become sort of a simulation. They corrupt the 0 point inside the loop to do several things. One, it creates a 15-minute loop of time. So every 15 minutes, time just reverts back to itself within the beginning of 15 minutes. They control the last reality storm, and every 15 minutes, the storm will close in and destroy everything if people haven't killed themselves, killed each other, killed themselves, killed each other by that time. And then this zero reality is also programmed to erase the mind of anyone not protected inside the loop. The only people who are protected from the zero reality's mind erasure are anybody inside an enclosed suit, such as the Seven and likely Thor Midas for a while, and anybody with special power, not special power, special items such as the Rift or Reality gun that Jones has. The loop is formed by directly programming the 0 point to create a pseudo time loop that renders anyone inside mute and gives them amnesia. There, we already said that. As oh yeah, they're also made mute. They can't talk while that time frame is going on. Those rendering any supernatural or meta-human abilities useless and making everybody vulnerable to bullets. The IO kidnap more and more people and put them inside the loop. One of them is known as the Looper. The Looper is us players who are able to take any kind of zero copy and control them. That is kind of what it says here. You can either think the Looper is us as a player, or the Looper is just any zero copy that's stuck inside the loop. But when Jonesy talks to us in chapter three's, no, sorry, chapter two's primal, he indicates that he knows us from somewhere, likely from the original event. Oh, actually, from the office visit, likely is where he knows us. The loop also renders any supernatural or metahuman abilities useless and making everybody vulnerable to bullets. It pretty much turns off the superpowers. The IO kidnapped more and more people and put them in the loop. Gino, the leader, also known as Immortal King, achieves immortality. He then creates a snapshot of himself within the zero reality and ships it out to rule the Oathbound Empire. So a few things here. A snapshot happens anytime you go in and exit zero reality or the loop. What happens is, like Jones has dozens of different versions of them because he's been in and out of the loop a bunch of times. So snapshots are technically their own people trapped inside the loop, and they're just copies of the person who is there. So Jonesy the First is Jonesy from the first time he entered the loop. It is technically Jonesy, but he's a copy of Jonesy. The Oathbound Empire is the world, the Oathbound is the world Geno's originally from and ruled prior to becoming IO. We see the Oathbound Empire when we have a chunk of it along with the Zero Point copy and put into the fourth island. The IO constructs golems to do some protection, and then I don't even remember IO golems. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember if they were a big point of anything. And then they construct the bridge. The bridge was their um, outer IO, and they would construct these slabs of dark kinetic crystals that look cursed, by the way. They had even seemed to have the runes that were able to dial through the 0 point and create a portal to other worlds as they wish. It was the least damaging way to rift the worlds. There were other ways, such as Jonesy had what's known as a rift gun that could create sideways rifts. The sideways rifts can pretty much rip a hole in reality and were fairly damaging when done to other worlds, which becomes a problem later on. The imagined order are born from Geno's genetic engineering. We don't know if they have a mom or if they're test tube babies, but then he forced the imagined order into the loop. As he watches them, he is disappointed by what they're doing, but impressed by some 0 point copies. And he adopts the 0 point copies as his daughters while leaving the original imagined order inside the loop, which is just dickish. And they become two of the seven. Dr. Sloan joins the imagined order at a very young age. We don't know if this means she joined it at a baby age. There's a picture of her where she looks like she's like 7 and she's doing some high end mathematics, or a young adult age, but a very young age. She ends up trying to prove her worth by traveling across omniverses using the IO's powers and receives doctorates from multiple realities. The Foundation becomes trapped inside the loop, saved from wiping his mind thanks to his suit, but trapped inside it. At that time, the Cube King realizes that the cubes are evil and defects from the last reality, but is then captured by the Imagined Order and likely forced into the loop. At this point, the Seven are formed. Each get their suits that are very similar to the Foundation, and they become anti-IO agents. Their ultimate goal is to destroy the loop, free the 0 point. Ugh, no more of that coffee. Ugh, it just tastes like acid. Not the good kind of acid that makes you see things. Imagine an order files once they join the seven are deleted from Geno. We actually don't know what happened to the 0 point copies he inherited because they never fully show up. They may have been killed at some point, but they never show up in game or in comics. We just know the originals. At some point, the Imagine loses her memory. There's a good chance this happened before she gained the suit or when her suit was damaged. We don't know exactly. And to remember, this is thousands of years ago. So these people trapped inside the loop have been trapped here for eons and eons and eons and are immortal due to it. At this point, Jones leaves his family as his home reality and joins the Imagined Order. Now, this indicates that there are two versions of Jones. There was a Joan in Save the World before the loop was created, but his reality, and we don't know if this is the same Jones that joins the last reality. The Jones, we don't even know if Jones had a family. Most of the world was destroyed. So either Jones came from Save the World and willingly joined the Imagined Order, left behind his family to survive in what's left of the world or whatever, or this is an alternate reality Jones from a different reality, since there are different realities, and each reality may carry a different copy of everybody else. But A. Jones leaves his family, joins the Imagined Order, and becomes immortal thanks to the same tech that created Geno's immortality. Jones is then tasked to jump into the 0 point as a guinea pig, creating a snapshot named Jonesy the First, which becomes his first snapshot. Jones is someone who goes in and out of the zero loop, I should say, and through the 0 point, and becomes like the primary IO person on the island for the first whole chapter. The first whole chapter may last for thousands of years, for all we know. The Shapeless Man adopts a young Rift Warden named Stellan and makes him join the Oathbound back on their original world. At this point, we don't know who the Shapeless Man is. It is theorized he may also be the Nothing. We don't know much about him at all. But we do have. I don't think I have Jones the first, but I do have Jones. So, Jones. This is Agent Jones, aka Jonesy, aka whatever you want to call him. This is probably the earliest Jones I have. Bunker Jones when he's trapped. We'll get to that later. This is the most normal Jones I have. This is Jonesy the secondest when he, I guess this is his second travel into the 0 point, or this is his first time into the second chapter because at that point he was still working for IO. This is Agent Jones. But yeah, that's Jones. And then we have Stellan. So Rift Warrior Stellan, and we don't know exactly Rift Warrior Stellan, who appears to have some kind of power or say over the rift itself. This isn't the only Stellan outfit. I have more than one Stellan outfit. This is the bone one. To be able to have his. Am I crazy? Yeah, hold on. We're going to the shop real quick because it was in the shop. Am I crazy? I saw he was in the shop too. Okay, I might be crazy. So I am almost positive there's a version of Stellan with no bones on. Or am I thinking of someone else? Maybe I was thinking of someone else. I just called him Stellan. Who knows? So this is Rift Warden Stellan with the creepy hand bone armor. Becomes the second hand man to Gino's 0 point copy who runs the Oathbound. And he is being told to get Gino to build a new bridge and bend it to their will. The sages are exiled from the Oathbound after they make a disturbing prophecy on the Ageless Champion. It's not entirely clear what the disturbing prophecy was. Maybe something goes wrong with the bridge other than what we do to it later. Maybe they are predicting what happens to Gino himself instead of his copy. We just know that he got rid of the sages. Generations ago, an unknown individual manages to beat the Nothing's Last Reality Warrior recruitment trials. We don't know what that means. I actually never heard of that before I read this timeline. Sometimes Raz, who is from chapter 2, as a kid dreams of the spire. We don't know if this is after he's thrown into the loop or before he's thrown into the loop. But as a kid, Raz dreams of the spire. A visual spirit named Condor. Oh, I guess I can show you Raz. Please come up from. This is Raz. This is Summer Raz. Summer Raz was corrupted by Chrome, by the way. This is Raz. He dreams of the Spire. He ends up actually becoming corrupted during chapter 4. This is his corruption form. And yes, those are cube symbols all over him, as well as a cube crystal in his back pocket. Because the spires for kinetic crystals, but not just kinetic crystals first. A vengeful spirit named Condor is given to the Emperor's family in Reality 42 and passed down for generations. This is Condor. He looks like a mixture of ninja and then hacker, and he is a vengeful spirit. He actually has a few forms: Wrath Condor and Sapphire Condor. anaconda, really. Or anaconda don't want none unless you got one. So. Reality 42. Reality 42 is a neo-classic Japanese themed reality in Fortnite. Agent Jones visited Reality 4 to bring Condor to the reality. Condor also has different versions. Now, how does versions unlock? That's very familiar looking. Whatever. And that's pretty much it. That's all it is in Reality 42. And that is it for all pregame. When we come back, we will be talking about Chapter 1 and maybe more. Everything's running. We're only an hour 30. We're sort of good to go. Ooh, excuse me. Even mom would you tell me, wow, you girl, mama cat. Oh, we have a downward arrow. Well, we made it to chapter 1, so if we do get violated by a key cut off, we'll just do more later on. Because we did a lot so far. You gotta level up for no reason. Oh, I could have just saved for my freaking juice. I forgot this was over here. And this is not the correct boat. Oh, I'm going to get the boat on the other side. This. Sure, Lassie. Yeah, good. Almost sure Lassie, though. How many of these could the area? 6. Oh, loaders. Yeah, that works. Oh, I did do release the hounds the other day, by the way. So we'll finally get it. Probably be a whole be long if I left that. Oh, wait. XP times maybe 1500? 600. Nope. Oh, where I got 15 from. Five down. Forgot me. Forgot me good. Okay, so where we're going, we are now heading into chapter one. A little bit preseason. The Looper, or us, I guess it means that we are included as an actual character. Oh, we got her. Spooky smoke. I don't know why they made it to where it's impossible to actually turn these without changing. Okay, anyway, the Looper and Renegade Raider are thrown into the loop. Now, this is before I ever came into the story myself. I came in around chapter 34. But in chapter one, preseason, Looper and Renegade Raider are both thrown into the loop. And it begins the storyline of the Looper, or our storyline. Fairburger and Uncle Pete's Pizza are thrown into the loop. They somehow retain their need to create pizza chains and burger chains and create one inside the loop. The Renegade Raider attempts to escape the loop around this time, and it appears that he disappears at the edge of the island. It is not entirely clear if he is annihilated or if he actually escapes the loop by flying off the edge. That was really, really short. So we'll go ahead and go through a few seasons here. Um, chapter one, season three. So chapter one through two, there's not much. I mean, season one through two, there's not much to going on. Some things are built. The island becomes more populated. As the island becomes more populated, more houses are built, cities are built. We have Pleasant. We have Tilted Tower. We have the shopping center. Things like that get built. In season three, a comet appears in the sky above the island, and it gradually gets closer over time. There were several people around that were looking at it through telescopes. We also learned that there are sentient creatures of gnomes and teddy bears around the island that seem to be interacting with each other. Around week 10 of season 3, small meteorites begin to fall from the incoming meteor. and lands precursor to the large meteor. The meteorites destroy things like it rips a hole through the sign in the uh, hotel, and it completely wipes out that one building and tilted that gets wiped out all the time. The mysterious comet on season 4 comes around. Season 4 comes around, the mysterious comet hits the island and crashes into what was known as the factory, a place where things were being made, also known as Dusty Depot, vaporizing the facility. The resulting crater destroys most of Dusty Depot, which was the factory's storage area, and the entire area is renamed to Dusty Divot. Smaller comet fragments damage tilted towers, risky reels. Mr. Reels hits the crater in it. The prison gets completely destroyed. Anybody who was in the prison is now out. The government, what we know is the government, what we believe may is probably IO, arrives and sets up research facility. Let's see if it shows what the government is. Okay, so it's not clear if the government is its own creation created by powers that are on the island, or if it's IO. In my head canon, the government and IO are the same. They're just opposing as the government. Anyway, they arrive and set up a research facility in the divot, examining the large mysterious comet in the center, constructing a large building around it to shelter it from prying eyes. Government cars and trucks also arrive each of the smaller craters dotted around the island and start studying the mysterious hop rocks that are found there. The hop rocks, of course, being the very first time we ever get our hands on kinetic crystals or kinetic ore. We're going to just do chapters, season 4 here. Around the second week of season 4, then we'll go back into fight. A production of a movie begins in which the evil supervillain Omega found himself freed from the prison due to the destruction of the comet fragments. The heroes, led by Carbide, begin to formulate their plan at their hero mansions near Lonely Lodge. Now, this is really confusing because if they're inside the zero reality, then they shouldn't have the memory to create or the vocal abilities to create such a movie, which indicates it may be outside the loop if they're inside zero reality doing this. We're not entirely sure. But Omega and the whole cast somehow end up in the loop later on. Omega began to assemble an army of augmented soldiers for a battle with the superheroes, taking place in Tilted Towers. The movie set was built at Moisture Mire for filming, and the hero mansion and villain lair were also constructed for the filming. However, the villain lair itself actually contained what was thought to be a rocket prop for Omega's Senator's attention, but which played a major role in lore later weeks seasons. Around week 5, production of the movie is complete. It is likely around this time that they get shoved into the loop. The government slash possibly IO collect all hop rocks and transports them to the villain lair for safekeeping. Not long after, they drill through the comet rock at the Dusty Divot and reveal the visitor's pod. It seems the meteor was actually the visitor's method of transportation, which is copied again by another of the 7. At this point, he is part of the 7 and wearing a 7 uniform. It is seen that he is hostile, though it might just be that he was hostile with the government because they are IO. Breaks out of his pod, trashes the research facility, and escapes to the ventilator. The visitor proceeds to modify the fake rocket prop in the layer to allow channel 0 point build and begins fueling it with the kinetic hop rocks. What the heck was that? And around week 9 of that season, the rocket takes off from the ventilator, leaving behind thick trails of smoke. It stops in the sky to release its booster, and which crashes into the northernmost farm, ruining the farm and causing it to close down. Later on, that farm will be sold and turned into a rich person's paradise, aka golf resort. It turns and accelerates. Once reaching a high altitude, the rocket shuts off its engines and stalls in air before plummeting back down towards the island. Visitor it can be heard saying 0 point oscillator on, setting coordinates. engaging quantum field accelerator. The rocket activates a laser that points directly towards Soldier Towers, indicating that it may be the target, or that may have been a target for the prop rocket or the movie. It boosts towards the location. However, before it hits and destroys the town or the city, the rocket opens a sideways rift between two realities. Now, to understand, sideways rifts are tears in realities. We've talked about them before. They're damaging tears in between realities. There's two versions of sideways rift. Inner sideways rifts are sideways rifts that lead back to the same reality. We do that every time we shake one of those reality things and pop up into the sky or buy a rift from a vendor. Those are inner sideways rifts. Those are less damaging and seem to close on their own. Then there's or I should say outer or interdimensional sideways rifts, where rifts are opened up between two different realities. And those are damaging and can cause giant problems and holes in realities that are difficult to tear. He goes to his first sideways rift and boosts out of one over Moist and Myers. It's not indicated whether or not this is just an inter sideways rift or interdimensional sideways rift. It's most likely an inner sideways rift, so they close on their own. Fly them around the island to enter another rift near Snappy Shores. Finally, the rocket boosts out of another rift at Loot Lake and accelerates in the sky, blasting through space and time and creating a gigantic sideways rift in the sky. This rift doesn't close because it's between two realities, and instead glows over the days until season 5. Around week twin, as the sideways rift continues to grow, smaller rifts began opening around the island, rifting different objects from the island into different realities. Most famously, Durburger's rifted and appears in our real world in a remote part of the California desert. It was guarded by a group of unknown agents and tagged by Drift. Then sand starts to leak from the sideways rift. Drift begins bringing objects from different realities into the island, including a ship wagon. Ship wagon? I don't think this says that right. Namely, a ship like a Viking ship, where a whole Viking town at one point. A dinosaur bones, and an ancient wagon, as well as rifts over an entire desert area. And that was it for season 1 through 4. Our next person is Murdoch. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go. Jeopardize bust. Sorry, I'm going to snack at y'all's ear here for a minute. I didn't eat all day. I'm not super hungry, but I had chips, so crunchy. Oh, I can mute it doing this. I'm back. I'll watch chips while you roll those later. Wait for the next one. I don't know why I like doing this so much. Something very satisfying about the glass. I don't know what this is. Appears to be some kind of boat. No, kind of dock. I don't know what that song was about. I just hear just time for breakfast every time. What was that? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by noises in the real world. Why are there doggos here? Homer, are you not here anymore? The hiccups. Why are the S&M dobies here? Yes, I'm calling that because they look like those strange furries that show up on fur columns with S&M masks on. What's Homer's place at? Shouldn't it be somewhere? Oh, I didn't see that. There. Should have brought out my shotgun. So I'm gonna take my tank, my silver. Oh, no. I guess technically I did kill two Dobies and should count as opponents. So we are now into season 5, chapter 1. In season 5 of chapter 1, the sideways rift collides different realities together. So the first time realities end up interceding with the 0 point and zero reality due to instability. A large number of map changes occur, including a giant desert which replaces most of Mesquite Mire. In that giant desert, there's a city built called Paradise Palms. It's unclear if Paradise Palms and its city was brought over as well as the desert, or if it was built by the loopers and people trapped inside the loop after the desert came in. Most likely, it came in as part of the desert from a different reality and bringing in its own set of people. Drift, who was painting graffiti on the server in our real world, our reality, ended up getting drifted inside back onto the island. He starts an adventure with Bright Bomber, who is a 0 point copy over the latest version of um, Commander. Shit, the commander from Save the World. Commander Ramirez saved the world after she was drifted into the 0 point by the IO, where she works as sort of an anti-IO agent, as far as we can tell. And they also have an individual with Cuddle team leader, and with Rex. Rex is another 0 point copy um of Jonesy. We don't know at this point if Rex is the actual Jonesy or just an old Jonesy 0 point, but they end up having a adventure together. If it's actual Jonesy, he's likely spying and keeping an eye on things. Just road tip in week 2 to 5 begins and he goes on various adventures. And each adventure features him progressing through his edit styles. He ends up joining the Fox Clan with his edit styles. Either he joins the Fox Clan or he creates the Fox Clan. Now, because the Fox Clan did exist prior to the loop, most likely he just joins them. But he becomes one of the most prominent members. If he isn't their leader, he is well respected. In fact, there's a point where he's missing, and the Fox Clan goes out of their way to try and find him. On week 6, the sideways rift above the island begins to shrink and change from blue to purple color, meaning that the fabric of reality is healing, but Last Reality's curse has taken control of it. On week 7, enforcers from IO or the government, arrive to restore the island's missing items. One of the loading screens depicts the enforcer returning the motel sign to the island. The sideways rift begins to shoot lightning bolts at a hill in the desert and eventually culminates in the formation of the cube, which we daringly named Kevin, not knowing that it was part of a giant evil empire. The sideways rift closes in the process. This was the method of that the Last Reality used to transport one of its cubes to the island, with the goal to locate the 0 point and destroy Reality Zero in one way or another. On week 8 to 10, a rift at between weeks 8 and 10, a rift at Tomato Town brings Tomato Temple onto the island. And prior to this, the Tomato head had disappeared. Now the entire Tomato center point of Tomato Town actually gets changed over to Tomato Temple. There's some parts of Tomato Town left over, but most of it's the temple. The temple is an ancient temple of worship from either a different time or a different reality, where the Tomato head was revered as a god because it rifted in out of nowhere. During this time, the cube rolls around the island, which we saw in OG recently. I am printing 7 mysterious glyphs into the ground at different locations, with an anti-gravity dome. Surrounding each one of them, the cube destroys the brand new building in Tilted Towers again, before going into Loot Lake, dissolving. Now, we do know that the last reality creatures, we don't know exactly if the cubes are, but most of the last reality creatures are severely explosively allergic to water. When this includes the cube queen and the cube monsters. We don't know if the cube is as well, but there's a good chance that they are. Um, but instead of going into the lake and becoming explosive, it dissolves and becomes the lake itself, turning the lake bouncy. And that is the ending of season 5. So we'll go ahead and go into season 6 here just to get through it. The cube's matter begins to gather towards Lake Island and forms a cube underneath the central island. We see this during the cutscene. The cube rips out of the island and lifts the cube lifts out of the island and lifts the central island into the air, keeping it suspended with a tornado-like vortex below it, using probably storm energy. A mysterious purple whirlpool lies where the island once last rested, likely leading to the vault, which we learn is the last reality ship, an upside-down UFO, where the 0 point rests at some point after we guess the IO lost it. The anti-gravity domes surrounding each glyph are disabled, but the area surrounding them had become extremely corrupted and twisted by evil power of the cube. The glyphs could have been a process that cube used to collect energy or later absorption, thus killing the land around it. The floating island in week 2 to 3 begins to move around Pleasant Park, corrupted areas, to absorb the energy, tearing the glyph out of the ground and lifting it into the air. Once the cube is finished, the glyph is dropped back to the ground and the island moves on. One by one, floating island visits each corrupted zone around the island, with the last one being near Dusty Divot. During this stage, all the glyphs from each corrupted zone levitate into the air and begin moving towards the floating island. Energy from all the glyphs are at once were absorbed by the cube. Finally, the energy from the glyphs are exhausted, and they drop to the ground lifeless. Throughout the journey, the cube began growing through the floating island, eventually growing completely through the house. You saw purple. Currently in OG, you see purple red. In the old one, you just saw purple cubes growing through the house. The island returns to Leaky Lake as the cube pulses with energy. It shoots a purple energy beam into the sky, forming a vortex that likely be a portal to the last reality dimension in an effort to bring some troops over to help destroy the 0 point, allowing them to invade. But um, during this time, it becomes more unstable. First, it releases a giant, massive explosion, which explodes the island, causing it to split into 3 islands. The material that grew through the house was blasted out and scattered across the island, and these cube shards create cube monsters, which kills any loopers on sight, as well as a dense fog also covers the entire island following the explosion, and started the Fight Nightmares 2018. The cube monsters created was likely a method that the cube used to distract their population from the vortex being formed by the cube. The energy released knocked a battle bus out of the sky and transformed a cowboy into giving him some undead powers. And we actually know him. Let's see if we can find him. What's his name? Or is he going to be a part of the Dark series? Let's see if he's part of the Dark series. Yes, I spell dark well. Shush. But there he is. He definitely shows Deadfire is that creature. This is a white form nowadays. But yes, that is Deadfire. In round 6, the cube. Oh, okay. Around this time, between 5 and 6, the cube begins to crack. You can see that while it's releasing the energy, something about the last explosion broke something and formed a small crack, and the cracks grow and grow, just like they are currently in OG. On week 6, the cube begins to lose energy, and the outer shell cracks and melts off into the vortex, presumably into the 0 point or the last reality ship. Some of us thought it was trying to power up the last reality ship once we learned that the vault is a last reality ship and trying to get it to power up the ship. And if the ship was powered up, maybe it could fly home with the 0 point in it. Then on week 7 is the butterfly event. During this time, Calamity, who has been gained the ghost powers at some point, or spirit powers, has become a anti-undead hunter, rallies an army, and they all attack the cube in an attempt to stop it from doing whatever it's doing. The cube together, or at the lake, the cube turns white and begins to lose energy. with the outer shell cracking and melting off. Eventually, the cube explodes, partially damaging the 0 point and sending all the loopers into the in-between, which is the first time the dimension is presented to the players. The in-between is technically inside the 0 point, where you can see the splits off of all realities. We don't go there very often, but we have been there before. I believe that around the um, Devourer, not the Devourer, Galactus event, we also end up in there. While the loopers are away, the matter at Loot Lake is reorganized by the 0 point, reforming Loot Lake into a peaceful paradise with large pieces of the cube resting at its center. All the monster generator cube pieces and fog are wiped off from the island, along with the monsters themselves, ending Fort Nightmares. After the cube event and the loopers are placed back into the loop, AIM lands near the island Flush Factory as the iceberg nears the island. We find out that iceberg is actually a chunk of the moon ice moon that's landed, a serious chunk of the moon. And we will talk about that in a minute once we get killed. Our next loadout is Shaggy. How are we doing on daily quests? One more daily left, but excuse me, jeez. Doggy wants some. Sorry, I muted again while I was eating some chips. Remember to thank your bus driver. Already did. I finally found Krusty the other day. I don't know if I was streaming during that or if I was just by myself. It's just a rock. Oh, he actually killed me before I can reload. Shit. You know, we're just gonna reload here. That was no, actually no. I promised every death we would come out. We have a lot of story to go through anyway. And now I got a -6. I've never lost. I lost points before. That's my first. I should get a award for that. Season 7 comes around and it's called You Better Watch Out. The iceberg, which is a piece of the ice moon which has crashed to the island, the main piece of the ice moon, by the way, arrives on the island along with the Ice King and his kingdom. However, that is all still frozen over except for some towers. It is instead inhabited by a person known as Sergeant Winter, who is basically military Santa Claus. We don't know if Sergeant Winter and his AIM bots or AIM bots were um, part of the moon itself, or just inhabited the polar ice once it crashed the island. I'm going to assume the previous, and likely him arriving in the loop inside the loop erased his memory and caused them to believe he was just angry military Santa. And then the expedition, which is AIM and uh, Frosty Flights and North, pretty much set up bases all around the island. North Dakota Sergeant Winter, sorry. Part of Polar Peak soon begins to melt, revealing the Ice King's gigantic castle, which also contains mysterious eggs held in the cell within the dungeon. Sergeant Winter begins his distribution of Christmas presents at Frosty Flights. Polar Peak continues to melt, revealing a prisoner, frozen in ice, chained to in Polar Peak's castle dungeon. This is, of course, the Fire King, but he's now known as the prisoner. The Ice King finally ends his slumber and wakes up, getting up from his throne, completely distraught that his moon has fallen apart and that he's landed on the island and it has started to melt with a lot of his more dangerous um, SCP technically getting out. The Ice King finds a shard of the cube and manifests its power. He forms a snowstorm that sweeps over the island and unleashes the Ice Legion, which is the ice version of cube monsters. Despite his effort, the prisoner defrosts and frees himself from the Ice King's prison by melting the ice. He steals the eggs from the dungeon cells and travels northeast side the island. The prisoner regains his power with our help as the and casts a spell. Welling Woods begin to heat up and the grass and leaves begin to die in Welling Woods. Welling Woods is the northern east part where there was just a thick bunch of woods. Earthquakes begin occurring throughout the island, creating fissures in the ground, last of which destroyed the brand new Tilted Towers building, which was constructed following the destruction of the previous building at the hands of the cube. Season 8 comes. A dense jungle appears northeast island as a incomplete volcano shoots up. Normally volcanoes take eons to create. This one probably shoots up within a week or so, and it is incomplete and very shaky and very leaky. It unearths an island temple called the Sunny Steps, and the volcano becomes the Fire King's uh, lair. During the volcano, it shifts a lot of the island around. What was the farm and then turned into the Lazy Links is now a bay area. The bay area is invaded by a pirate looking for treasure named Blackheart and his crew land on the island to search for treasure, establishing a pirate outpost that they call Lazy Lagoon. Slowly moving throughout the island, they create pirate camps, which are these 2-3 story stone towers with cannons on them that you can also shoot yourself from. The Brood, a group of half dragon, half human creatures and ninjas, are born from the eggs stolen by the prisoner and hatched by his higher powers. They head out of the volcano and act as servants of the prisoner. A mysterious black helicopter begins to move around the map. At the point, we called it the government's helicopter. Again, the government and IO are probably the same. Peely enters Bananahood and conducts the riping ritual. So the Peelies at this point are a species, not just 0 point copies, but a whole entire species that are unearthed by the volcano's creation. The one we call the Peely is this point is holds a ripening ritual, which looks like it might be him being tossed into the volcano. I don't know. On week 5, the government or IO returns to the island. Two excavation sites occur, one near Fatal Fields, another one in Dusty Divot. None of them really reveal anything. On week 6, Master Key is attacked by 3 of the hybrids. He manages to escape. Week 7, the prisoner's right hand, Ruin, which we do have here. Oh, I So first, the prisoner. This is the prisoner, aka the Fire King. I don't know why. Yes, that was it. Um, yeah. Um, here they are. This is the Brood. I'm not crazy. These are the lizard ninjas, dragon ninjas, and then this is Master Key. Anyway, Master Key is attacked by three hybrids. He manages to escape. It's unclear if the hybrid got a hand on his specialized keys. Prisoner's right hand ruin is created from the lava. It says he's a rise, but more likely he is created from lava because he is pretty much hard magma. The government's third excavation site near Loot Lake reveals a strange sheet of metal. Black helicopter lands near the center of Loot Lake. A massive excavation site at Loot Lake reveals the vault and pretty much the upside down door to a mothership from the last reality. Though some say this is all Imagine Order stuff and led to the realm of Zero Point. I believe at some point, really, the Imagine Order must have lost Zero Point, and it was taken by the last reality whose ship got stuck in the loot and became the island. At this point, keys to activate the vault spawn in, and the loopers put them in. Each one of them requires a different unique test to be completed that allow to slot in. For example, third key requires players to dance to fill up the meter. Monitors at Loot Lake show that 5 items feature during the unvaulting. On week 10, we have the unvaulting. The vault or the ship opens, and the loopers choose what to unvault. It appears IO or someone has been hiding weapons they didn't want people to have, acting like the Ice King at this point. The loopers select the drum gun to be unvaulted. While their players notice the desk of singularity, and because at this point it's likely IOs come in since they uncovered the vault, and the guardian of the vault, along with their helmet resting in front of the 0 point, stable and contained within the mysterious material that makes it the floor of this mysterious dimension. The loopers leave the vault, the volcano erupts and shoots out fireballs that destroy Retail Row, shopping districts, and cracks Boulder Peaks. And destroys all of Tilted Towers except for the No Sweat Insurance building, which is the same building that kept getting destroyed over and over and over again. You're already shaggy, right? Yeah, let's try not to be as ass as we were last time. We might not be able to finish this. I may have to do later ones, like a stream per chapter, maybe. Unless it's about noon now. Well, we're at season 9. It's noon. We've been on for about 2 hours. Yeah, we can do this. In our next death, I'm going to go grab me something to drink and I'll be right back, guys. But wait till we die. Sorry, got distracted with something. Don't be running into the wall there. Let's go be aggressive. You are loud. What the heck were you firing? The fuck? Where did that guy go? Ah, I lost Leah. Did y'all hear a phone or am I crazy? Someone's over here, possibly. I know it's probably a trap, but damn, somebody would have come down. Well, I should go up, not down. Thank you. Did we get any items? Got some more spooky smoke. Ooh, I like the black. Yeah, let's just. Green's pretty cool. Red's pretty cool. Cool. Actually, that's all pretty cool looking. And you active banner. Looks like we get to get fishing number 2. Okay, so back to locker. We'll set him up quick. Where's fish sticks number 1? Oh, so he goes into a yellow fish with a white hazard costume. His tentacles become yellow with a white hazard outfits. Looks no, not already, but the same. He is hazardous poo flail also gets a yellow tank. Does not yet have a Venus Caesars. I'll keep it as that. Yeah, I like all that. I had to make it yellow, blinky, blinky, crikey, crikey. Okay, after 2, we have Butthead. I think I need one of these. This blinky is stuff. Okay, I'll attach it later. Okay, next up we have season 9. We'll go ahead and get the last 2 seasons out of the way of chapter 1. Chapter 1, season 9. Singularity helps inhabitants of the island rebuild to the towers and retail row into high-tech areas known as Neo Tilted and Mega Mall. Powered by Zero Point. They break into the vault, they tap into Zero Point and make it give them power. With power cable stretching from the vault over the ship to Neo Tilted. A statue of Singularity is also built in Neo Tilted to honor her and her work. It is likely that at this time, Jones was also underground, hiding from the effects of the volcano. It is likely that it's been several years between the volcano event and the beginning of season 9 because massive cities are built and Jones looks very aged. He's grayed, he's emaciated, and he's starting to see things. The prisoner mysteriously vanishes, and the top of the volcano is they're caved in or carved out. We're not sure which one. The humans or the loopers take over, or IO take over that area with pressure plant and create the pressure plants is built inside, utilizing magma to create more clean energy. The government, or IO, seems to have also assisted rebuilding the island, as they are in charge of generating power for the island through the geothermal energy of the volcano and the new wind turbines around the island. Jonesy the First, alongside Pilly, hid in an unknown bunker for safety during the volcano event, but eventually ran out of food. Later, so Jonesy blended Pilly and turned him into a slushy slurpee. Later, before Pilly is fully consumed, the bunker is opened by Sentinel. So we have, let's go ahead and do here. So Singularity first. This is Singularity. This is her face. So this is a Singularity. We believed at the time she was driving the robot, but apparently she's not. She just created it and helped create the island and whatnot. It ends up being Palladium, whatever her name is, that drives the robot. Her suit is very Seven looking, but we believe this was just IO's attempt to create a suit. She actually has several suits. She has her default suit, which is this one, Cuddle Team Leader suit, which is this one, Rex suit, which is this one, her Drift suit, one, Endure suit, And lastly, pizza or tomato suit. Because these all coincided with the piece of the mech, we always thought that it was a Power Rangers thing, or different copies of her were driving, but apparently not. We don't know much about the Singularity other than she worked for IO, and she turned the paradigm into working for her. Then we have Jonesy the First. Oh, Jonesy the First hid an unknown bunker, so that makes it more sense. So Jonesy the First, 0 point copy, Jonesy the First, um, hides in inside a bunker for probably a year or more, and becomes this Jonesy. His original form is more blonde. He's very emaciated looking. He starts to see things, indicating Jones has always had some kind of precognition, and paints it on the walls. Now he isn't like Hope, where his paintings predict. He's just writing down what he knows, and he predicts the fight between the monster and the robot. Um, since this is Jonesy the First, we see our first happening of a 0 point hitting a 0 point copy. Because Jonesy the First, this version, which is known as Bunker Jonesy, exists, but Jonesy the First still exists, meaning that when the time looped, you get two copies of the same guy, Bunker Jonesy and Jonesy the First, to appear. So it was one of the first indications that 0 point copies could make 0 point copies if they changed enough. During week 3 to 7, one of the fireballs during the unvaulted event struck Polar Peak, causing a giant crack to appear on the surface of ice. From the start of season 9, the ice began cracking and melting even further. Eventually, the ice melts enough to reveal the malicious eye of the creature known as the Devourer. Just this guy, like, he was the size of his eyeball. He was one of the first really big assets on the island. Eventually, okay, blah blah blah. The Devourer manages to break out of Polar Peak, and while we don't see this happening, he takes the entire section of Polar Peak with him, including the castle. It destroys a house at Snobby Shores and escapes into the ocean. He begins swimming around the island. It occasionally returns to the island and destroys a house at Pleasant Park and a research building at Loot Lake, leaving giant footprints in his wake. It's not thought that the creature is sentient. He just seems to be looking for something. In season 7, Bunker Jonesy tries to warn everyone of the imminent danger. Paradigm made it the paradigm of the Seven at this point makes a deal with the Imagined Order to help them get rid of the monster by helping create with the other lady, the Singularity, and pilot the mech, which kind of doesn't sit well with some of the rest of the stuff. At this time, we don't know much about Paradigm. Paradigm isn't even released skin. Around 8 and 9, the pressure plant is taken apart in order to help the Paradigm and Singularity construct the Mecha team leader to defeat the Devourer and save the island. This reduces power to the island and converts all of it to building that robot, as the monster is an imminent threat to everybody. During week 10, we have the final showdown. The Mecha and Devourer battle against each other. The Devourer tries to obtain the 0 point by attempting to break into the vault, but is interrupted by the Mecha. Following a brutal attack, the Mecha is severely damaged, so it breaks into the vault and rips out the 0 point itself. Cracking the 0 point, it attains some of the power in a desperate last resort to save the reality. With its newfound energy, the Mecha punches the Devourer and sends it flying. The Singularity statue is revealed to be a giant blade, and the Mecha uses the 0 point energy to charge it and make it stronger. Again, this is Palladium, whatever her name is. Palladium, Paradigm. Shit. Um, driving. In the final showdown, the mech stabs the Devourer through the head, through the eye, defeating the beast once and for all. Its corpse quickly decomposes due to the 0 point energy. But at this point, the 0 point is now left exposed after the event, and it begins to destabilize since it was cracked. Its outer shell. Oh, wait, that's something we just said. The 0 point energy begins to leak out to corrupt the surroundings. Then we have Season X, the final season of Chapter 1. The 0 point. Oh, my battery is already low on my freaking controller. Damn. We'll have to change controllers here in a minute. The 0 point reaches critical destabilization, meaning reality's at threat thanks to the mech. This is another section of what pisses off the rest of the seven. They wanted to protect the 0 point. He broke the 0 point. The 0 point reaches critical destabilization point and explodes, as seen in the trailer. Jonesy the first witnesses the explosion, and him and all of matter from of island from current and past seasons are thrown into the giant swirling purple abyss. However, time is suddenly frozen for some reason, and the event is paused, with everything returning back to the island. However, Dusty Deep. So what happens here is after it explodes, it released a time freeze energy. You can actually enter this time freeze energy and you move slow. However, Jonesy the First is apparently stuck in the time freeze energy, though I don't think we ever see him, as well as all the items there. Dusty Depot is reverted and is at the state of where the meteor almost slams into its location. The arrangement and colors are wrong, indicating that it is an alternate reality. Several other objects from the past also appear, as the 0 point assumes. Oh, actually, no. This is. Okay, so this is part of this. So I don't remember which is which. 0 point does some reality bending, and the scientist does the other reality bending. So 0 point is warping time and space. 0 point itself is surrounded by the time bubble, containing the frozen explosion within. There's a breach building an out air. That seems to be like a last ditch effort not to destroy reality by the 0 point itself. The imagined order, the scientist starts going around creating giant rift um, machines, and he is drifting in pieces from other worlds. I don't remember if he's on the in the um, Dusty Divot and the Meteor. He might have been, but he ends up rifting Tilted back to Tilted, and then into Western Tilted. And I don't remember if it's regular Tilted, but it goes to Western Tilted, and then it goes to Gotham, a alternate reality of Gotham. And he is being manipulated by Jones of the Imagined Order into fixing the 0 point. His thought is, well, the stuff Jones is feeding him is that if he does what he's doing, he's going to fix the 0 point, and release it, which is their end game. The Imagined Order knows that this is going to reset everything. In week 2, a rift beacon is created by the scientists and transports the activated at Nia Tilted. It transfers the location to Tilted Town, creating the first rift zone. The sideways rifts form above the location. Now, because Tilted was created as a city at the beginning of Chapter 1 and likely did not exist, this is likely an alternate reality version of Tilted, which could indicate yet again an alternate reality of Zero. It could indicate that there are multiple Zero realities, and we're just not aware of them. Creating the Or this could just be a Western civilization that looks a little like Tilted. Who knows? Another rift beacon is activated at Megaball. This rift zone brings back Retail Row that is flooding with cube monsters. So this technically takes the Retail Row from the cube event and puts it into the current time frame. While he's doing this, he's actually looking for items to create a rocket. The third rift beacon is activated at the soccer stadium, but it malfunctions and explodes, destroying the soccer stadium and location. The fifth rift beacon, or the fourth rift beacon, is placed at a Trekking Oasis in week 5, rifting Pandora within the area of the beacon. Pandora, as in from Borderlands Pandora. Anyone who enters this section actually changes color, indicating these strange differences between realities. These days, people of cel-shaded color realities do exist inside the island. Back then, it was a little less common. So seeing your characters as cell shades are a little weird. Actually, I was kind of disappointed. I thought everybody would become cel-shaded during the season just like that, but they didn't. It would have been cooler if they did. During week 6, the next rift weekend is placed in Fatal Fields. However, instead of changing the area, the floating island from season 6 is rifted into the island. However, it is an alternate reality version of it with a motel being combined with the house on the back. The floating island begins to move around the island for the rest of the season, but it really doesn't do much. And on week 7, 2 rift beacons are placed at Paradise Palms. One at the frozen lake, which contains Greasy Grove. One at Paradise Palms. Paradise Palms is turned into Moisty Palms, which is a combination of Moisture Myers and Paradise Palms. This could indicate that it combined the two locations, or this is an alternate version of it. I believe that since we've seen, like here, that rifts can combine locations, that it inhabited both Moisture Myers and Paradise Palms in the same place and created a new alternate version of it. The prison is also brought back in the area in its Season 4 state, which means partially destroyed. The Rift Beacon, Greasy Grove, at Greasy Grove Lake returns the entire location back to its previous glory, except it is an alternate reality version where the Durburger is replaced by a taco stand. Some houses are also different colors than they previously were. Week 8, a new Rift Beacon is placed at Tilted Town, turning it into Gotham City. It's unclear why he brought one of the Gotham cities over, but again, he's looking for technology to make a new rocket to do what it needs to do. In week 9, Starry Suburbs is restored to its former glory via the Rift Beacon. Starry Suburbs was up there. It was just, I don't remember how it was destroyed, but it is reformed. The scientist begins construction on his rocket during this time inside the reformed Dusty Divot. The scientist creates several tapes around week 7 and leaves them for us. They're able to be collected and cryptically describes plans and attempts to remember the plan during the looping process. It appears that he seems to be suffering from some issues with the looping and 0 point process despite his soup. The scientist sets the Seven's plan into motion, and his rocket takes off into the sky before ripping away. 7 more rockets exit out of the sideways rifts created by the rift beacons, flying around aimlessly until they all line up. These are the 7. The 7 are rifting in from different realities, or from all the same reality, or from the other side of the planet we don't. All in an effort to stabilize the bridge. The rockets create a rift in front of the meteor, unfreezing it in the process. The meteor exits another rift above the island and slams into 0 point. The 0 point explodes, and then implodes, creating a singularity or black hole, destroying the island and sucking in all of its matter. Over the next 2 days, the matter from the old island is used to construct a new one. Now, some people believe that this timeline doesn't exist anymore because of Jonesy's meddling, which we'll get when we get over to chapter 4. But I believe what we have is just creation of alternate reality because Jones went back to around season 4 and created a Big Bang. This doesn't stop that timeline from happening. This creates a timeline where you destroy that timeline and create a new timeline. But the original timeline is still technically there because the moment Jones went back to the past, he branched timelines and was no longer in the original timeline. And every time he did any kind of time travel shenanigans, he kept branching and branching and branching. Honestly, surprised he didn't cause more of an issue with that branching. And you know what? It wants to go through that first. You know what? No, we'll do that later. Yeah, that will be towards chapter 4. Time is it 25. So let's go ahead and get Beavis loaded back in and play.
Anything you need, I'll get that. Let me take the lead, don't sweat that. If you wanna eat, I'll chef that. Come and move your feet, I'll let that. Anything you need, I'll get that. Let me take the lead, don't sweat that.
Man, we're told 26 and I just got through chapter 1. Thank goodness chapter 3 and them are a lot shorter. Oh, Stoopy sexy Flanders, look at his butt. My god, we have such huge heads. Look how big and much bigger we are than her. Hey, Labarto is here. The Texas Cyclone. I found out that while the Cyclone was destroyed, these cars were actually gifted to a park in Canada. And I don't know if they use them as the cars for their ride or they use them for parts. So they went to, I think, a park named La Ronda or something like that. Last time Butt had a dog near him, he put it in a dryer. Where's it? Okay. Our next one. We are now in chapter 2. Around week 1, the black hole explodes as the reformation of the new island completes. So some of us think there is an indication that a lot of the old island remains on the new island due to it being the second side, but we aren't on that side. The containment field has stabilized, and the 0 point in the bridge is intact. The IOs, we don't know if the original island also got sucked into this, since there's two realities at 0 point, but most likely. Because most of the events that appear to happen in these loop also happen outside. You see that when the spire is created. So more than likely, the instability and the reset and everything like that happen in the actual regional island outside the loop as much as this. The IO's best team, Edact D4 team, which consists of ego agents, gets sent to the loop through a plane to explore the new form as island's taken. For some reason, that plane just outright crashes. You can see that plane's crash form all the way through Chapter 2. The cube from Season X, or not even Season X, the cube from Season, whatever season it was, floated. Oh, never mind. No, that's not right. Is that right? I don't think that's right because that cube got deleted. I believe this is so. This timeline says it's the cube from Season X, the alternate Kevin. I don't believe it is that because that entire thing got deleted by the thing. I think it's the cube. What's left of the original Kevin is melted down and turned into the fuel for steamy stacks. Um, However, this process also sent ripples through reality, and Galactus saw the power of the 0 point. That doesn't make sense. What's it talking about here? So we do know that. No, that's just not what happened either. Yeah, that's not what gets him after us. This timeline's completely wrong here on the Fortnite wiki. So yeah, I do believe it's the original Kevin that gets turned into the fuel there, as far as I'm aware. It's his shards that were left over from the original ones. Yes, they were mostly erased by the 0 point, but not the center point. Those were taken by IO. They used those to create steamy stacks and fuel the rest of the island with its power. Um, in week 2, Alter, a Caribbean organization formed by Midas, begins to unfold on the island. Several of its members resemble members of Ego, which may indicate that they are clones, genetic copies, or just 0 point copies that are corrupted. Chaos Agent seems to be the leader of Alter under Midas. It also has an important connection with Slurpco and Kevolution Energy. Chaos Agent is that dark dressed ink blob. Actually, let's sit here. Forgot we could do this. So we have Ego show up. Ego. Hmm. We have Ultra versus Ego show up. They should be in here somewhere. Why isn't just a search spot? They're not called Ultra versus Ego. What are they called? Riptide is one of their names. Oh, they just have their own set. So Ultra and Ego are several members. Ultra is the members of IO. Ego is the members working for Midas. Apparently, that's something I didn't fully know. That is if this timeline isn't. It's apparently it's sort of full of shit. Ultra and Ego are alternate forms of each other. For example, this guy. Ultra form is Turk. He's the one working for IO. Riptide appears to be working for the Chaos Agency. Now, the Chaos Agency is working for, um, sorry, the Chaos Agent, and the Chaos Agent is a known member of Midas's crew. Let's see. Name. I don't remember. There was a climber lady who turned a medic. Yeah, medic here, who is one of the most famously seen on things. Turns into Toxin, who actually has a purple form. The thought here is that some of these people were able to combine themselves, turning them into something here. So this is medic, this is Toxin, Remedy, Toxin, and this is their combined form, which would be Roxin. You can see Remedy has a ghost symbol, what's known as Ghost later on. Um, indicating she may already be controlled by Midas at this point, even if I sent them in. Toxin has the chaos symbol in, which also becomes a symbol of the shadow. But the purple has a completely different symbol on them. Oh, and chaos. I forgot about chaos. Oh, it's chaos. Y'all seen chaos if y'all seen me play? One of my favorite skins, honestly, even though he is just shit on in a lot of trailers recently. Last time we saw chaos, I think, was during the Mad Max season where he just shoved aside. This is original Chaos Agent. He's non-human. Ink looks like Inky Slenderman. You can see his mask is the face of Shadow or Alter in this form. Around week 3, Ripley, who we just saw a few minutes ago. This guy, he's in Chaos form. Formed as Slurpy Swamp, where sludges are for Alter are being produced. Due to him being a copy gone wrong, Alter begins to search for him while Ego tries to protect him. Oh, I didn't know that was. So this is correct. Ripley is a sludge, which is this form, the red forms, were formed first, and Ripley was a kind glitched copy. And like the other lady, they do have a purple form where it's like they combine to create purple. Who's snorting over there? In around week 10 of the first season, Alter fails to successfully assault Ego at Hydro 16. There's a big war that we see on the screen in Hydro 16 where Ego ends up escaping on a boat while they blow up parts of that dam. Nothing major is done to the dam, though. Around week 18, Midas arrives and turns furniture in the island into gold. And by island, we mean the island inside the lake. Is in the middle of like a rightish lake. Go ahead and do chapter 2, season 2 as well. Wow, that was a lot. Actually, let's play, and then we'll do chapter 2, season 2. Well, 38. We may have to finish this later on. Didn't expect it to take this long, but then I kind of did. Yeah, we were just butthead, so let's go ahead and be Beavis.
I am Cornholio. I am Cornholio.
Hey, Tiki, for my bungle. You want to see my bungle?
I am Cornholio.
He says that once. Not to say I need TP.
I am Cornholio.
I swear he says I need TP, he just doesn't say bungle.
I am Cornholio.
Maybe I'm crazy. Talks like the fuck's wrong with this guy. This one, will be way out of the way. Is him inside the bush is a reference to the Homer Simpson disappears in the bush thing? Huh. Why is this over here? That's weird. We're gonna sit here until someone comes in, joins us, kills us, or the storm comes. Yeah, you know what? No, this could be aggressive. Okay. Also, he laughs when he kills someone. I noticed that. Does Butthead do that too? What is that noise? Is that the freaking fire on my back? Yeah, we don't have time for that. We made it to top three. Didn't think we'd do that in any of these rounds. I'm mostly not that good. I'm okay. We have a builder. I don't know why I did that there. Oh, fuck. Didn't even see him. It's pretty old. Nope. Okay, so in our next chapter season, oh, I have someone I missed. Oh, one moment, guys. Okay, news, everybody. Part of my day's requirements were deleted, so I can actually finish this out today. So we are now at Chapter 2, Season 2. In Chapter 2, Season 2, the whole Midas crew arrived on the island and began a war against Ghost and Shadow. Ghost and Shadow were evolutions, Vault versus Ego. However, both Ghost and Shadow are controlled by Midas. It's a kind of game for him as he attempts to look for something he's looking for. He creates several spy agencies. There's the agency in the middle island, the middle of the island. The Grotto, which is a skull-like cave off to the eastern side of the island. The rig in the southwest side of the island, which ends up leaking after a while. The shark, which I believe is in the northeastern, if I remember correctly, part of the island around the same place we'll eventually learn Fish Sticks is from. And then the yacht, which is originally in the northeastern part of the island, but actually moves. These are all spy bases. The yacht and the agency are both ghost controlled locations, with the latter being the main base of ghosts. Ghosts also possess the ghost house, which appears to be the training center for ghost recruits. The main base of Shadow is the Grotto, which is an underground facility on the east of the island. The faction also possesses the Shadow Safe House houses scattered across the island. Each POI has their own henchman and agent controlling it. There were dozens of Shadow and Ghost agents. Brutus joins Shadow, which causes the grotto to be overrun by Shadow henchmen, as well as becoming the main base of Shadow on week 3. Week 5, TNT Tina chooses to turn to Shadow as well. In the case you didn't know this, at this time it was our decision on who would be Shadow and Ghost. Our choosing Shadow or Ghost for certain characters caused it to happen in game. Most of us chose Shadow. So TNT Tina chooses to side with Shadow as well. The rig blows up, and Shadow henchmen patrol the area as a result. Ignoring Kato Thorn, or around this time, actually. Ah, so time travel event here, which is somewhat interesting. Around the week 6 of this time, Kato Thorn time travels from the future to steal Oro's head at this point. Now, this doesn't exactly affect our timeline because this is an alternate timeline here. But this is where Kato Thorn would have traveled into. Around week 7, Meowscles decides to betray Ghost and joins Shadow as well. Deadpool is called by Ghost to take over the yacht. Meowscles is then pushed to the box factory. So what happened again is Meowscles betrays Ghost, becomes Shadow. Deadpool's called in by Ghost. He attacks the yacht and it becomes Deadpool's yacht. Meowscles is forced to the box factory where he can sit in a box. On week 9, Sky becomes a ghost operative. The shark has been repurposed as a prison. That's weird because I chose Sky as Shadow too. She's like the only ghost operative. Among the prisoners is Splode. So let's go ahead and go through the characters here. Midas, we've already know. Brutus. Oh, let's get out of here. Dim all this. So this is Brutus, who should have, yeah, there's naked Brutus. Naked Brutus. Um, this is Brutus. I don't know why I have his old form out, honestly. Brutus has both Shadow and Default. This is Default, this is Shadow. I don't remember what his ghost form had a white mask on it. We actually see Ghost Brutus beaten up at the beginning of next season for some reason, indicating he still somewhat exists. But this is Shadow Brutus. Um, and technically like the second right hand man of Midas behind Meowscles, I believe. Um, TNT Tina. This is TNT Tina, the original. In fact, I should actually change her to this and bring her into my toon because she's cell shaded. Actually, she's not cell shaded. Is she cell shaded? She's not. I thought she could turn into cell shading. Maybe I'm just thinking of her other form. happened. Yeah, that way. Featured in the cell shaded. So this is TNT Tina. This is her from way later. Actually, this is her from the first time travel. But this is TNT Tina. She is a explosives expert, and her original form looked like this. Kaboom! When she turned to shadow, it did this. Kato Thorn we'll look at later because he's more important later on. Then we have Meowscles. We have so many Meowscles, so many Meowscles. So many Meowscles. This is original Meowscles. When he turned to shadow, he looked like this. And this is his full form. Yes, his chest does bounce all sexy like. I love Meowscles. I should have to show you who Deadpool is what? This is OG Deadpool. This is later on Deadpool, but this is OG Deadpool. He has mask on, mask off. Put his mask back on, just turn it red. You know, we already have a red. So whatever. And yeah, he ends up taking over most of Fortnite, and because he can break fourth wall, he knows he's in the game. To the point where he invaded the store and forced his own items into the store. It's his power, his fourth wall breaking. Now, the prisoner in Sky is Splode. I don't remember who Splode is. I don't think I have a Splode. No. I'm gonna just see who Splode is real quick. Oh, Splode is the guy with the bomb on his head. He looks like Bomberman. At this point, Midas and his daughter Jules work on a device capable of breaking the storm and possibly the loop too. So as they created the center area below it is still the bridge, created within the original mothership. Now the bridge is no longer inside the mothership. The mothership no longer exists, but the bridge and the areas do exist. Hold on, I got a phone call coming. Sorry about that. That was the dumbest thing ever. I'm trying to get in contact with some doctors, but they. I lost my spot. Excuse me. And they like sent us a really quick, stupid, fast recorded message we couldn't repeat, and I can't get the whole number. I lost my spot, so hold on. Okay, so we just did the shark. We didn't show you Sky. So since Sky went to Ghost, my Sky went to Shadow, but the actual Sky went to Ghost. She was one of the only Ghost members, honestly. I don't know if the Ghost is better. I like the purple cube looking stuff on her. This is original. Sky is kind of a play off of Wintertime Finn and stuff like that. Even has a weird elastic like friend. And at this point, Midas and daughter Jules work on a device capable of breaking the storm and possibly loop 2. We've already seen Jules before. This is just regular Shadow Jules. On week 10, Renegade Shadow storm the agency. Shadow. Oh, him. I have him. Oh, wow. Yeah, I clicked on him and it lost my place. So Renegade Shadow stormed the agency. The device then activates. We're not entirely sure where IO is at this time. IO may be stuck somewhere. Maybe the island, since it's still under the loop, likely is in two different realities. Maybe in there in the other reality. It's unclear why they allowed Midas to get this close to the 0 point. The device is the 0 point. The device is around the 0 point. It uses the 0 point to do its stuff. The device causes lenticular clouds to form above the agency. It also causes the storm circle to form in unusual places on week 11. On week 12, Midas activates the countdown above the agency. No Sweat Insurance begins insuring houses in Pleasant Park, and Sweaty Sands preparing for doom. On week 16, the device event. Midas activates the device, which was under construction for months underneath the agency, with the apparent goal of destroying the storm and breaking the loop. It brings loopers out of the loop multiple times and battles against the storm in an attempt to destroy it. The bridge is first revealed to be the bridge is first revealed to the loopers, and the imagined order is confused about what is happening with the loop as we portal into the alternate reality where the loop doesn't exist. Attempting to restore order to the island. After the device manages to succeed destroying the physical form of the storm, a wall of water is created by the storm as revenge against Midas. Not sure if that was technically what happened. So the storm was pressed back and eventually pressed all the way back. But I believe what happened more likely, I don't believe this storm created the wall of water. The pressure of pushing the storm back caused the water to be pushed back and then caused it to come back as a tidal wave, a circular tidal wave, because everything was pushed back in the circle. The imagined order managed to contain the wall of water behind the storm barrier and predict the wall will not hold for long before it collapses and a flood is unleashed across the island. On Chapter 2, Season 3, shall we do that? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Actually, you know what? I have, with between the interruptions here, we've had enough time. This, get out of here. We were just Beavis. Let's go ahead and do Russ. So if I haven't heard, Krusty should be coming out today, and tomorrow is when the pets should be coming out. The Emperor. Star Destroyers, TIE Fighters, the island in the Death Star. We realize Death Star is just a giant lightsaber. Does it run off kyber crystals? It didn't shoot one as much as it just stabbed him really quickly. Oh no, we hit my dog. The heck? We're running low. I don't know why I had that as a slider. No idea whatsoever. Man, the cell shading has gotten so normal to my eyes now that when we go back to a non-cell shaded island, it's going to look so weird to me because I am now used to the cell shading of The Simpsons. Do 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 do. I am having some issues here. If we go down, we will call it a day, and we'll do this another day. But as long as we don't go down, we'll finish this out today, probably. See them. Is it in the freaking sewer? Check something real quick. Is this Skinner's house? Skinner's? No, it's not. I think it looks Maybe Skinner's house is supposed to have a smoking steam oven. Housing the steam hams. It's, it's basically a copy of the house I was just in, but it has nothing in it. The nuke's going off. The heck was that? Hmm. How long we had like a firework ball out front, but not someone shooting up the place. Yes, I had to break the window. I'm sorry. This our bird. The bird is the word. Okay, I'll read this. I'm gonna look up front and see if I can figure out what that noise was. Nothing was dropped off. Who knows? The heck was that? My music appeared all of a sudden. So we have Chapter 2, Season 3. In Chapter 2, Season 3, the barrier holding back the wall of water, the storm shield, collapses and unleashes a giant flood. Across the island, many locations, including Slurpy Swamp, Weaving Woods, become completely submerged and unnamed, just pools of water, completely covered. A snapshot of Midas is eaten alive by the loot shark. Some people believe that's a real Midas, but apparently, according to his daughters, Midas escaped and that was just a snapshot. The agency, now destroyed, is taken over by Shadow and rebuilt into the Authority, with a large wall encircling the area to protect it from the flood. As of right now, Shadow and Ghost are completely leaderless since Midas has been gone, leaving pretty much only the lackeys. The Fortilla is created out of the debris from the flood. It is held by the Ghost faction and becomes a major inhabited area. Reduced from its former glory in season 2 to a clan of rebellious henchmen living in shacks. The rig is turned into a rundown version of itself, while the yacht is mostly disassembled and left to rot. The grotto, the once prosperous headquarters of the Shadow, is completely submerged and fittingly named Brutus Basin. Caddy Corner is also added to the map, which is the fortified version of the box factory with a gas station taken over by Kit, Meowskull's son, which has arrived. We do believe Meowskull's son might be related to a human from season. So first, let's show Kit because his mom's picture is on the wall with one of his things. So this is the original Kit. This is the shadow form, actually. You have ghost form, shadow form, and regular form. I like the ghost form, actually. But this is Kit. We have a bunch of kits, actually. Kit should show up here a bunch of times. I don't know why they're not all showing right here. We do believe that. What chapter is she from? Ah, so she was like a superhero villain, and she had like a cat costume on. She was human, and I just can't remember her name at all. But we believe that human might be Kit's mom, which is a little weird because it was already shown that both Meowskulls and the lady had a thing going on. All the sweaty sands in Pleasant Park was insured by No Sweat Insurance, and so the towns were raised on floaties. Any buildings not insured by No Sweat Insurance were left flooded underwater. In the third week, the water levels lower a bit. Then the fifth week, a bit more. By the sixth, the water levels lower to allow a lot of land to poke through. On the seventh, the water lowers level again. Aquaman and Black Manta arrived on the island with an army of Scuba Jonesies. Why there's so many Scuba Jonesies, we're not sure. There just seems to be a ton of 0 point copies of Jonesy. And Aquaman arrives with fish sticks civilization. And we learned that this reality, fish sticks, lives under the island in the water. After the water fully drains, we learn Coral Castle is revealed after the final water level change. Pleasant Park and Sweaty Sands are returned from floating towns back to the normal forms. All POIs that were submerged to the start of the season have gained their previous status, excluding Grotto and Shark, with the latter being completely leveled. Ace and the Grotto being fully flooded forever, I believe. A spaceship crash lands on the island, and with the help of loopers, the ship is repaired and launched to the sky, leaving some rift behind. So the spaceship was just like crashed off to the side, and it wasn't anybody of the seven. I think it was just a astronaut, but it did go through a rift, meaning it was an interdimensional traveler. A spaceship crashes on the island with. Wait, we already saw that. On season 9, we have what's known the Nexus War. In another reality, oh, never mind, that's not quite time yet. So we had the beginning of the Nexus War. In another reality around week 9, Thor and Galactus are searching for planets that Galactus must consume to stop the Black Winter. At one point, a rift appears leading to the island, leading to zero reality. Galactus senses the power of the 0 point as it was exposed by Midas and heads towards the rift, determined that feeding on the 0 point would put a permanent end to his endless hunger. But Thor rushes into the rift to warn the people of the island of what's to come. And of course, if he absorbs the 0 point, that will end all reality. So I guess that would end his hunger. On week 10, Thor arrives to stop Galactus just after Captain America arrived. and warn the people of the island. It brings 7 heroes and immediately gets trapped inside the loop. Thor's hammer crashes down near Salty Springs, leaving a crater. And that's the end of Season 3. Thor and a bunch of heroes have arrived and lost their memories, and they're struggling. Struggling. Peter. Peter. Bird. Bird is the word. The bird, bird, bird. The bird is the word. The bird, bird, bird. The bird is the word. Disappeared early. The dog's fucking cute. I can't wait till the new dogs tomorrow, honestly. I swear that doo belongs to an old game. I don't live in California, stop it. What? Oh. I don't know what this is, but we'll head over to it. Interesting. Nothing really over here. In there. Ooh, this is bad connection error. I don't know if this is Fortnite or us. What the heck is this? A trailer full of rocks? So I have this keep appearing, but I don't think I can do it. I did it once. You dig under here, you find bubbles. Yeah, I can do it once. Let's shout. Hold on, guys. I need to find a safe place to hide or die. If that works. Hold on, I got a call.
Fly across the country.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Some dumb personal stuff going on. No one can keep track of anything. Everybody's hussy. So let me go ahead and write this down. Uh-oh. Did it quit? Let's see it quit on my screen. Testing. Testing. Oh, okay. That was weird. It had froze up on my screen. Well, now I just closed YouTube. That's fun. Yeah, let me do this first. Close everything I was doing, so I might as well do this. This. Okay, back to YouTube. Me and YouTube to live. Then go back to where I was before everything tries to interrupt me. And I do apologize about the interruptions. We'll see it out of my control. Where were we? I know we were just past the flood. Levels reduced. So, chapter 2, season 4. This, I believe we didn't go over this yet because we were just Peter and we got killed, and then I had to go do some stuff. To stop the incoming Galactus, this is called the Nexus War, season 4. To stop the incoming Galactus, a giant planet eater of a Marvel legend, the Thor brings Jennifer Walters, Groot, Storm, Doctor Doom, Mystique, Tony Stark, and Wolverine to the island. Sorry, kitties are being fussy with each other. So we have Thor. Why does it do this? Okay. I'm going to say this right now. Fortnite shit's fucked up. This is all organized by season, according to it. It is not, but okay. Well, we had Deadpool. We had the X team come. Season 4. Here's Wolverine from season 4. He's so cold. Make a Logan. Um, Thor. So this Thor is so cool for some reason. Um, so this Thor, who is the herald to this version of Galactus, bring in Jennifer Walters, aka She-Hulk, um, Groot, or I am Groot, Storm, Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom isn't on like Rivals yet, is he? Page keeps resetting itself. Mystique and Tony Stark, aka Iron Man. And he is soul for some reason. To the island using his Bifrost. At this time, Galactus is visible as a red dot in the sky. The center of the island became a junkyard for Sentinels, decommissioned by Wolverine. There was a heel over there, and Sentinels were those giant humanoid robots. Ghost had supposedly defeated Shadow, and only two henchmen were left on the island. One overseeing the closure of the Authority, and the other at Retail Row, seemingly celebrating the end of the Spy Wars. Both organizations have gone underground or completely disassembled. We're not entirely sure, as Ghost and Shadow never really appear. At Pleasant Park, Doctor Doom took over the POI and turned it into Doom's domain, building a house and a statue of himself. Doom's henchmen patrol the area. Tony Stark, on the other hand, has set up makeshift base in a disused farmhouse. Hard at work making rift beacons using technology provided by Shield. And Ghosts appear to be Shield and Ghosts appear to be somewhat connected to each other, indicating Shield and Ghosts teamed up. What was left to Ghosts probably got moved into Shield. Helicarrier 64 is sent to the island to act as a main base of operations for the superheroes, indicating that Shield might have the ability to move um, things in and out of reality other than using the Bifrost. Tony Stark sets up and activates rift beacons. These are the same rift beacons we saw used in Chapter 1, but the red Tony Stark kind of aura to them. Bringing Ant-Man's Manor, a test transport truck, which has another Wolverine in it, and a large statue of Black Panther, likely a tribute to Chadwick Boseman, as at this time he passed away, and a Heroes Park logo. The Fantastic Four part logo, wasn't it, or something? I don't remember. Galactus drones forgers arrive on the island and scout for Galactus ahead of his arrival. They do attack people, and they are aggressive. The rift beacons, activated by Tony Stark, transport a giant part of upstate New York to the island, crushing Frenzy Farm and the Orchard. The giant piece of land also contains Stark Industry facility, which Iron Man plans to use to develop a method of defeating Galactus. The facility contains all of Iron Man's suits, labs, and all of his technology. At the Stark Industry warehouse, Tony Stark begins upgrading the battle bus. The two henchmen form the Hinch Bros and start to travel the island together. Wolverine is seen at Weeping Woods, slowly regaining his memories and abilities. Midas, which means 0 Point, is lost, or the Loop is losing power on him, indicating a weakness on the iOS version of the Loop. Midas' chair is seen in the Authority with candles surrounding it. Someone is attempting to perform a ritual on it. At this point, Midas' chair levitates and Shadow Midas arrives. He haunts the Authority, claiming it as the ruins, with his ghostly ghost henchmen patrolling the area. These entire island becomes foggy and dark, leading up to Halloween and Fortnite of 2020. Now again, while he's playing Ghost Shadow, I believe this is the same Midas that is the Storm Midas from earlier, the original Midas that arrived on the island. Shadow Midas is gone, along with his henchmen by week 9 in the fog, behind the ruins instead of the Authority. On week 13, Tony Stark finishes upgrading the battle bus with Stark technology and gamma cells inside of them. The countdown for the Devourer of Worlds live event is started at this point. Galactus is clearly visible. On week 14, the Devourer of Worlds event happens. Galactus arrives on the island and rips the 0 Point from the bridge, cracking its outer shell to absorb its energy. The 0 Point seems to have fight back against Galactus and sucked the entire island into the in-between. There, Galactus continues to attempt to consume the 0 Point, while Iron Man and the other superheroes rally at the billions of battle buses that Tony Stark had modified and cloned using the loop. Following a battle with Galactus, he is tricked into consuming all of the battle buses, and the gamma cell bombs inside them are detonated. This injures Galactus and blasts him through a rift, completing the mission of the Avengers, as Galactus is now defeated and gotten rid of through another dimension. Meanwhile, the bridge is severely damaged by the event and Agent Jones is knocked out. That would lead to chapter 2 of season 5, but we'll get there. We were just Peters, now we're going to be Cleveland. What is this skin? I'm not familiar with it. I'm sure this is a reference to something I should know a lot. Let's see what's new going on. Much here, I got my final roller coaster done in via Texas Six Flags by riding the Iron Rattler. I had ridden the original Rattler, which was a lame roller coaster, honestly, at the end of its day. But the Iron Rattler is freaking amazing. Fast as heck, 170-foot drop. Okay then. I got crustied. My stuff fell out. But good luck with that. Oh, I got into gold. Ah, hold on, guys. No, that's not at all what's going on in my speakers. It said that there was music playing on my speaker. I was like, no, it's not. It's more of the D-pad. Totally. Okay, so we're now on to Chapter 2, Season 5. In Chapter 2, Season 5, the Avengers left the island and everything associated with them disappeared. Most of it disappeared to the rift, leaving behind a situation that IO needed to solve. Since IO's specialist team, Ego, had dissolved, IO surfaces to guard the island and protect the loop. The Zero Point is left exposed and unstable on the island, with his outer shell cracked, just like it had done in the original chapter, leaking energy, allowing loopers to escape the island, or the possibility to do so. Following the event, the Zero Point reorganizes the matter in the center of the island into a desert with scattered solid Zero Point energy, called the Zero Point crystals. Agent Jones wakes up in his office and is ordered by Dr. Sloan, the high-ranking doctor of IO now, to enter the loop through the pier portal in the bridge and prevent anybody from leaving. Jones decides the best way is to recruit hunters and keep the islanders busy. He recruits a few people. Bum, 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 bum. He recruits the Mandalorian, aka Din Djarin, or something like that. Um, and Baby Yoda, aka Grogu. And then he also recruits. Mandalorian actually doesn't appear to come through the portal, or if he does, he comes with a ship because Mandalorian actually crashes. Indication that the Star Wars universe can enter the Zero Point's current center reality at will and travel through dimensions. We know that interdimensional travel in Star Wars is technically possible because they do that every time they enter hyperspace. So if they're able to enter hyperspace, if they're able to tell of a different neighboring, um, yeah, really, different neighboring reality, there's a chance that that reality is able to be broken into by them. They take in Reese. Reese, I always thought kind of looked like the lady from Mandalorian, like it was supposed to be off for. Too bad that lady. It even has like these tattoos. Too bad that lady ended up being like transphobic and ruining her career with Star Wars. Because the character itself was pretty well written. And the lady, I mean the actress. Then from, I'm not even sure what reality this person came from. Then from unknown reality came Mancake, a sentient stack of pancakes that sold breakfast items because later on he would open up the butter barn. Then we have Maeve. What are you doing, lady? What's her wild heart? Maeve was gotten likely from the Zeus realm. It is a chimera lady. She has Medusa like hair and her legs turn into a shark. She, again, definitely came from the realm that becomes our chapter. Well, not exactly our chapter 5 island. So chapter 5 island is invaded by them. But she comes from the realm, same realm as Zeus, most likely. Can I just delete this, please? Thank you. And Lexa. Oh, that's Lexa right there. Lexa. Lexa, one of the first anime cell shaded ladies. Ah, interesting. Her symbol looks similar to the purple medic symbol, wherever that symbol is. Condor, which is this ghost guy we've already seen before. And Menace. Menace. Who is Menace? Ah, this is Menace. Menace is a gladiator taken from either Gladiator Realm or Peely's Realm to help him stop people from escaping the loop. Jones also possesses a portal device with him which protects against the effects of the loop. Hunter's Haven is constructed to house the bounty hunters, and stealthy strongholds in Colossal Coliseum are also constructed for Maeve and Menace, respectively. IO cards are also transferred to the island using elevators to help with the effort of preventing loopers from escaping the loop. Elsewhere around the island, locations and objects from past seasons are brought to the island, including Flush Factory, Tilted Towers, although the latter was merged with Salty Springs to become Salty Towers. Oddly enough, these brought back locations were in approximately the same coordinations they were in Chapter 1's island. Lexa tells the Looper that she does not trust Jones and the IO cards. She theorizes that they are not in the loop, like the others. Kratos joins the hunt. The first time we see Kratos, he is downing a dyer who is hunting Mancake. Master Chief walks out of a freezer in front of fish sticks in a gas station. Daryl Dixon and Michonne are sideways rifted in using Jones' portal gun. Predator appears on the island. It is unclear how. Says it's done by John Jones, but doesn't show it in the actual trailer. And it goes to Stealthy Stronghold, where his actually, you know, I don't know if he used to rift because he arrived by pod. So I don't know if Jones was the reason he's on the island. Sarah Connor and T-800 are both rifted in by John Jones at the end of Terminator 2. From the end of Terminator 2. Snake Eyes joins from G.I. Joe. It's unclear how Snake Eyes got in because I don't think it shows his arrival. The Grid Warriors, aka from Tron, join, and a new portal forms near Lake Kano. Ryu and Chun Li join the hunt via a new portal at Sweaty Sands. And week 10, the 0 points become more unstable due to the reality hops that John Jones was making, causing more stress on it. It turns out it turns more purple and shockwaves every 8 minutes. It shockwaves more frequently every day. By week 12, Ellen Ripley joins the hunt, and a xenomorph is pulled into the portal near Swarpy Swamp. By week 14, John Jones comes up with a plan to stabilize the 0 point. However, he is locked out of gaining access to files related to the Seven by his IO upper hand. His last reality log outlines how he has given everything for the IO for nothing. Frustrated with the IO's carelessness to him and containing 0 point, he steals the files for himself. Okay, so I do have plans here. I'm going to get to the end of chapter 2 since chapter 1 and 2 are so long, and we'll cut it there. And then we'll come back another day and go from chapter 3 on. Because chapter 3, 4, 5, and 6 are incredibly tiny chapters. So let's go ahead and drop in as. Are we going to be Rick? Or are we already Rick? I think we're already Rick. So I don't think we're Rick. I don't remember being Rick. If we were Rick, we're Rick again. I'm pretty sure if I was Rick, I would have been in the Rick dance.
Oh yeah, you gotta get swifty. You gotta get swifty in here.
Get rid of this.
Oh yeah, you gotta get swifty.
On the vintage was doing drop it here. It's a cool ranch. I thought that was gross. Oh, yeah, that's supposed to be Skinner's house. That's Skinner's house. What's going on there? Aurora Borealis. Here, is it? Blue da, dee da, da. Where is everybody? I haven't seen a single person. Let's head towards the ground. Ground. It's probably not sound. We go. I had the wrong weapon out. I thought I was going to win that anyway. I am no builder. Okay. Chapter 2, Season 6. Zero Crisis Finale. Yeah, we have an event in this chapter where it happens at the very beginning. It's a solo event, and you're with Jones. Agent Jones goes rogue and disavoids Dr. Sloan to avoid all contact with the Seven, as the Seven wants to destroy IO, and summons the Foundation by throwing his calibrated portal device into the zero point, who then arrives in a meteor capsule from the ice. Oh, I didn't know he was in the ice one. Jonesy is instantly attacked by the Foundation due to being a member of the IO. The latter is persuaded by Jones to stand down and help him by promising him access to Gino and the sisters in exchange for fixing the zero point. The Foundation gives Jones his portal device and is ordered to close all the portals formed by reality breaking down. The Looper takes on task after Jones is rifted into a Rift Butterfly by a reality wave. What happens is every time the zero point pulses now, it's changing reality around it. This includes changing our skins into the Battle Pass skins that are coming up, Jones into a butterfly, and changing the surrounding areas. For example, there's one oh, I'll be right Sorry about that. Yeah, with the interruptions we're having, we're definitely ending after chapter 2. It's taking too long here. Um, where were we? Butterfly. Okay, so after the portals are closed, the Foundation forces the Zero Point to bloom. Although it is not enough, and he is forced to create the Spire to tame the blast from the upcoming explosion. Now, the Spire is created using kinetic crystal. We find out that it's also naturally cursed through the observance of um, Reno, I believe his name is, something like that. Uh, so this indicates that there's kinetic crystal possibly on the island, or the Foundation has access to kinetic crystal. Before sending himself into the Zero Point, he tells Jones, who had turned back into a human, to overload the portal device and throw it into the Zero Point to allow the process to work. The device is destroyed, Agent Jones becomes trapped on the loop, and the Foundation is sealed within the Zero Point. But the island is saved. As a result of the event, a reality wave forces the island to go wild. Excuse me. With the central island converted from a desert into an autumn-themed biome. Animals arrive and parts of the island change, being marked by autumn zones. 6 spires are scattered across the map with Spire Guardians. These are all made out of kinetic crystals. The Spire Guardians are pretty much wearing the crystal. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. Although the Spire was designed to contain the Zero Point exploding and allow it to heal and realign, it was actually a method that the Foundation used to cut off the Zero Point from the bridge, preventing the IO from using it. Help us to free the Zero Point, the IO go into hiding and vanish from Reality Zero at this point. The resonant crystals begin to grow around the Spire's inner sanctum. This around week 2. Around week 3, the Spire quest begins. Raz and Looper's attempt to decode Agent Jones' strange device message. They decide to infiltrate the Spire and steal the resonant crystals. They also discover that the Spire Guardians are members of the IO. Around week 4, the Crystal Song from Resonant Crystals reveals a message from the Foundation. He tells the Looper to find Jones. Raz asks the Looper to go and talk to all different snapshots of Agent Jones and find more clues. Bunker Jones reveals that he is the first snapshot of Agent Jones that was created by jumping in Zero Point, indicating that he is Jonesy the First as well. Recordator reveals that large amount of water can stop the effects of the loop. Cabby and Sash Cabby and Sash Sergeant reveals that the loop can overwrite memory, not just reset. Around week 5, Batman Fortnite 0 issue 1 comes out. A rift appears above Gotham City, where it pulls Batman into the island. This is a different Batman that was in here during X, and into the loop. He quickly realizes his memories are fading, and then sees the storm closing in. And after running and observing its unnatural behavior, he speculates being controlled by external force. Batman is ambushed by Ruckus. When trying to interrogate him, he knows he cannot speak, and we're some sort of training ground, an asylum, or a prison. He meets Catwoman shortly afterward, though neither of them remember who the other is. They end up defeating all other characters on the island, presumably dying into the storm. A 3-rock formation appears on brown flushed building. Around week 6, Jonesy the First reveals why Spire Guardians won't let anyone near the Spire, to prevent it from corrupting and exploding people because it is part of the kinetic crystals and are cursed. Raz ends up being corrupted by a piece of Spire's core and becomes Glyph Master Raz. His cube powers begin to attract unwanted attention from the outside. The 3 rock formations that formed in the water um, has taken the form of a small island south of Flush Building, with smoke and fire particles coming from the ground. I don't really remember what that's about. I don't remember that at all. A bat shack is added outside Slurpy Swamp, where Batman is being housed every time he reloops. Around week 7, Batman Fortnite 0 issue 2 is released, detailing the events of Batman time trapped within the loop. Batman discovers the loop resets roughly every 22 minutes, up from its original 15 minutes. from those who left himself previous loop cycles. Batman eventually meets Catwoman in the loop, and though they do not remember each other due to the loop's memory wiping effects, Batman still somehow feels he knows her after seeing her, leading to them working together in future loop cycles. This confirms that while the loop wipes away memories, the individual's feelings and emotions can remain. Around week 8, Aurelia arrives behind the Flush Factory with her Isla Nublada. She is one of the gold kind of gods alongside Oro. Around that same time, the 0 point cracking noises finally calm down and are showing signs of stabilization. Week 9, Batman 0 Point issue 3 comes out, and Snake Eyes and Batman have an ongoing battle every time they meet in the loop. Eventually, Batman convinces Snake Eyes to let him win so he can escape the loop. Batman successfully escapes the loop at this time, but is by becoming the winner, but is confronted by Deathstroke, who is holding Catwoman hostage outside the loop in the original 0 Point reality. Around week 10, alien posters appear on the island, and the foreshadowing quests hint to the arrival of aliens on the island. The IO and Dr. Sloan try to silence the rumor of alien sightings by taking down the radio host Mary. An IO black helicopter is attacked by a UFO and crashes near Misty Meadows. On week 11, the unwanted attention from outside finally arrives. UFOs arrive above the island and attack players. They become Did it come back on? Okay. Right above the island and attack players. They come to investigate Raz's Q powers. Batman Fortnite 0 Point issue number 4, Batman and his new team goes into the hidden bunker in the outside Zero reality. They find 2 golems protecting the entrance and IO guards acting as security. The original fish sticks, which had escaped the 0 Point, is killed by an imposter in the team. They eventually break into the bridge. So in case you didn't know that already, OG fish sticks dead. But there's so many 0 Point copies of them, it doesn't matter. In Batman 5, they break into the 0 Point chambers and power panels after discovering that entering the 0 Point directly would rip you apart between many realities. Using the panels to lock onto some of the characters' universal signatures allowed them to send everyone back to their respective homeworlds. Batman returns to his home in reality in F1935 and regains all of his memory. And in Batman 6, we see Dr. Sloan, the Batman who laughs, and Lex Luthor open a sideways rift above Metropolis. Okay, let's go in again. Let's do him definitely so this morning. And don't worry, we'll pick up on loadouts here when we go back in. So if I end with like Morty or whoever, we'll start up from there. The Flash. That doesn't make sense. Bum 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 bum. Actually, I believe next season is when Grandpa Rick comes in. I don't know if Morty comes in the same season. I think he may come in later. I'm not positive. Ah, I see. Yeah. Hey, I know where I am. This is freaking Fairburger. Does look familiar. This is almost the same layout as the original Fairburger. I don't see what I'm doing. I'm just screwing around. Where the heck is everybody? Puppy, where's everybody? Morty's little legs just wobbling about as the machine kicks them. Got. Got. Spooky smoke. Pretty sure if your car starts putting out shit like that, that's bad. Sorrow's Dominance. That's that one lady I have. Creepy. Okay, we have Chapter 7, aka, sorry, Chapter 2, Season 7, aka The Invasion. Week 1, the last reality arrives on the island, an alien faction with the apparent goal to take over all reality. They use the mothership, their base of operations on the mission, to blow up the spire and attempt to absorb the Zero Point. However, the Zero Point wasn't in the spire, due to the fact that it was moved down to the bridge to allow Batman and others to escape Reality Zero. These events also resulted in the Foundation being ejected from the Zero Point into reality in F-1935 and thrown into the ocean. Following the failure of their plan, the last reality invades the island, and the imagined order spring into action, revealing themselves to the island's inhabitants, with Dr. Sloan taking charge of and leading the fight against the last reality. 7 satellite stations are constructed around the island to monitor Mothership and its future plans, while Colony Complex was used to house secret underground IO base that would be used to plan and develop counterattack against the aliens. Dr. Sloan recruits and orders a looper to find the mole in the IO, who was giving away information to the last reality. The Mothership is on the move. It deploys abductors and saucers across the random POIs to abduct people for their experiments, conduct more research into the island, and generally terrorize the inhabitants. IO sets up an investigation camp at the Aftermath. The Aftermath is what? Oh, the Aftermath is the center island where they blew up this fire. Okay. Alien parasites and their eggs have been unleashed on the island where they begin to attach themselves to animals and residents of the island. I remember that. They were the big bug-eyed creature. They give you specials as you had them on them, but there was some detriment. The IO set up an investigation at camp at Believer Beach. AC tries to look for a missing farmer still. Around week 5, the last reality takes over Holly Hedges and starts terraforming it by placing anti-gravity fields and spreading flora and fauna throughout the location, turning it into Holly Hatchery. Zig and Choppy arrive on the island at Hydro 16, where they begin planting alien parasite eggs, indicating they are working for the last reality. Io recruits Hayseat. Zig and Choppy have begin to move across the island, moving from Hydro 16 to southern Weeping Woods, planting more parasite eggs. Around week 7, Chimera arrive on the at Coral Castle. All Whiplash VR1s are replaced with Ferrari 2960 TPs for some reason. And Zig and Choppy move again, going from Weeping Woods to southeast the aftermath to plant more eggs. Bushranger attempts to make peace between the last reality by fathering a baby alien egg, but soon afterward he suddenly dies and is reborn into a smaller tree near Risky Reels. Around week 8, the mole leaks IO operations to the public. Dr. Sloan tasks the Looper to bring her an IO Field Team access card. This is a computer of an IO agent in order to find the mole and mind wipe the public and find the infiltrator. The Looper finds the infiltrator, who is a trespasser. Trespasser is surprised that the Looper does not remember him while they were friends, and tells him that he will eventually remember Chimera's instructions. Ooh, that's right. I don't remember what that remembers, though. That indicates the Looper was part of Last Reality. That's weird. The mothership moves over slippery swamps and uses its giant tractor beam to break off entire chunks of the ground and eject them. The process takes some time, and during that period, Io sets up a camp in the abduction zone for research and observation. Zig and Choppy move even further, and this time leaving the aftermath to spread parasite eggs in between Pleasant Park and Guardian of the Bay. And a grave appears near Risky Reels, close to Bushranger, close to where Bushranger used to be seen before his disappearance. Numerous billboards advertising Miasko's morsels cat food appear on the island. Upon closer examination, however, it's revealed they secretly transmitting subliminal messages reportedly hijacks higher brain function, set up by the last reality. The IO learns of the DNA of the island itself is being contaminated by the alien presence, such as what is seen in Holly Hatchery. The IO retaliates against this by eliminating trespassers, using probes to spy on alien abduction technology and placing bioscanners in the contaminated environment in an attempt to design a weapon against it. In the middle of this, the Rift Tour is orchestrated by the last reality to scan the memories of each looper and gain a deeper understanding of the island's history at Zero Point by employing their secret weapon, Ariana Grande. Beast Boy, Armored Batman Zero, and Clark Kent arrive on the island. Armored Batman Zero is actually a Zero copy of the Batman that was here and is now fully armored. Beast Boy and Clark Kent are new. In week 10, the mothership's abduction of Slurpy Swamp completes, and the Slurp factory is now stuck within the mothership's experiment for the loopers. The IO begins to prepare a counterattack in retaliation against the Slurp factory's abduction. Clark Kent loses his memories and believes the invading aliens to be responsible. He asks the loopers to help him regain his forgotten memories and powers. Around week 11, the Imposter Game Mode is released, which shows off the most in-depth look at the Imagine Order's top secret facility, the Bridge, which was first seen during the Device event, Chapter 2, Season 2, in the Trust Nobody teaser trailer. It is said that the IO have run things successfully for thousands of years. It is then shown that the IO control most everything that goes on inside the loop, from loading chests with weapons to producing supply drops and supply llamas. It is also said that due to John Jones' betrayal during Zero Crisis' final event, other unknown members of IO also started to defect against the IO. Dr. Slow believes that Jones wasn't working alone, although the defecting IO agents are more likely just following his example instead. The Zero Point also appears to have been successfully recontained at the Zero Point chamber and is stable and undamaged. The IO has completed blueprints for the countermeasure device being developed underneath the Courtney complex. The mothership has now moved north and has begun to abduct Coral Castle, just as it did Slurp Factory and Slurpy Swamp. Dr. Sloan tasks the Looper to bribe Joey into being a counter mole for the Imagined Order. Joey sees offered gifts as kind, so she informs Looper that reality's plan is to annihilate you all, and that she'll attempt to nudge her people in a different direction. The mothership's abduction on Coral Castle completes, and just like with Surf Factory, a surface swamp ways before, it is now stuck within the mothership's experiment. Dr. Sloan orders the Looper to find alien devices. They discovered that the last reality are using the cube's energy in all of their devices, thus explaining the purple spare patterns on the saucers. The Looper puts cube energy on the Sloan's new created mothership countermeasure device at Courtney Complex to avoid alien detection. Due to the mothership's abduction of the Surf Factory, the pools of surf water disappear as slurp pipes have been buried. Thus, Slurpy Swamp is now Sludgy Swamp, no longer contaminated. Marigold has a looper place numerous pieces of bait around the island to lure both the mothership or its Courtney Complex, and along with trying to lure the IO's mole out of hiding. Near the end of the week, the mothership begins to abduct Courtney Complex. Sig and Choppy move to Retail Row. With the mothership adopting Courtney Complex and the secret IO base underneath it, along with it, Dr. Sloan and Imagine Order begin Operation Skyfire, where numerous large bombs are seen attached to the pieces of land being abducted. Dr. Sloan has the Looper warn civilians and places warning signs around the island to warn of impending dooms that come with the mothership's destruction. The IO's mole attempts to arm the bombs too early, and is discovered by Dr. Sloan and been revealed to have been Maven all along. She calls Sloan a warmongering charlatan when confronted by the Looper, and explains that she can convince the aliens to save this world so she can continue her meaningful studies, before ultimately attempting to get the Looper out of her way. Then the Looper proceeds to eliminate her, indicating that IO member Maven is technically dead outside her loop copies. Operation Skyfire, the operation commences. As Corny Complex is being abducted into the mothership, Dr. Sloan gathers numerous loopers to ride with the bombs attached to floating islands. Once abducted, Sloan hacks the daily jetpacks on the loopers to free them from the experiment prison cells, and the loopers race through the halls of the mothership's interior. Eventually, the loopers reach a room with a shallow pool of purple liquid and large glass windows overlooking the abduction chamber, providing a clear view of the bomb-laden island chunks within. When Sloan attempts to arm the bombs, the chamber windows suddenly shut, and a cube emerges from the liquid, shocking Sloan, who says she thought the cube was destroyed for good during Season 6 of Chapter 1. The cube unleashes powerful blasts of energy to knock out some of the loopers before Sloan weaponizes the packs and disables the cube, turning it kind of a grayish black. With the arming sequence this time successful, Sloan praises the loopers for doing their part, but then realizes she will not be rescuing them, as she does not want to risk the cube returning to the island and leaves them to die. The loopers then discover they can rebuke the cube, turning it blue, and indicates it is a machine, in turn causing the platform they're standing on to function as an elevator, ascending further into the mothership as the countdown continues. The platform emerges in a massive chamber where countless more torment cubes light up one by one, including one golden cube, revealing themselves the power source of the mothership. The bombs detonate, causing the entire mothership to explode and ejecting the loopers by the blast. But they plummet to the ground and can only watch as the island is bombarded by debris and cubes before they're ultimately hit and disintegrated by a saucer. That was a long one. Oh, hey, who's next? Do, 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 do. Mhm. Yeah, we're reaching the last few seasons of Chapter 2. In fact, this is the last season coming up, isn't it? It's Wars. This will be the last season of Chapter 2, Season 8. And then after that, we'll call it. And then I will do season, let's see, that was 10 seasons, 18 seasons. So with the rest of the season being 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Only 16 seasons between the next 4 seasons. We'll do those at another date. Might be tomorrow. Who knows? I think gave Soups a bulge, especially the cartoon version. What are we on a time frame? 5 hours. Okay. Probably would have been more like 3 or 4 hours if it wasn't for the constant interruptions. I do apologize about those. Hi, Squeaky. Dun, 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 dun. I like how he's still has the Superman flight pattern, even though he's basically free falling. You're free falling, Giddy. That means this is our second to last drop. We will drop this, and we will talk about the final of chapter 2. Do one more drop, and we'll call it a night. Where did he go? Kiss her gambit in bad. Okay, guys, this is our final season of Chapter 2, our final read for the day. And then our final, well, it may not even drop in. So this might be the end here. We've already hit 5 hours with all the interruptions. Chapter 2, Season 8. The Imagined Order destroyed the mothership, but the ruler of the last reality, or at least the Cube Queen, so Commander, whatever she is, was unknowingly brought to the island along with the Cube Legion, or at least some of it, a subfaction of the last reality that concerns the cubes. The Cube Queen stayed encased within the Golden Cube in the mothership throughout Season 7, but the destruction of the mothership resulted in the Golden Cube landing on the island, worsening the problems for Io, which they may or may not be aware of at this stage. In fact, the Imagined Order already started cleanup efforts, and Dr. Sloan had remained on the island with the group of IO guards who salvaged the alien technology on the island and transferred it away for the research. Following the event, the Golden Cube crashes onto the island near Holly Hedges, and 5 corrupted cubes around the island. They're all located near the abductor crash sites. They are spreading corruptions on the island, causing the corrupt orange look overtake the environments around them. They're also opening portals to the sideways dimension around the island, known as sideways anomalies. The sideways dimensions are a dark, malevolent, monster-filled reality in Fortnite belonging to the Cube Legion and the Armored Last reality. The dark world full of corruption, where the gravity is low. The air of this reality prevents loopers from building. In the world resides sideways of monsters. The Sideways is a hostile world that bleeds into the other realities during Chapter 2, Season 8, and Hughes brought this reality into collision with Reality Zero through incursion points known as Sideways anomalies, which resemble the beta risks of Fortnite Save the World, but unlike them, are completely corrupted. According to Chimpanski, they purportedly seem to be slowly moving towards the Golden Cube, known as the Queen Cube. The revealed Blue Cube, however, appears to work opposite the corruption cubes. Where the Blue Cube has landed is now friendly forests. There were several trees that suddenly sprouted up to instead of orange corruption. Dr. Sloan and the IO convoy moved to Seal Farm gas station. And J.B. Chimpanski forms a group to fight against the cubes, known as the War Effort. By week 2, each of the corruption cubes have moved at least once, and the Golden Cube has moved over 50 times. But the Blue Cube isn't moving. At 9/19/2021, 12 a.m. Eastern, the Golden Cube moved near the Temper Tint Cube and begins to awaken it, or it hovers off the ground and begins zapping the Corruption Cube with golden electric energy. At about On the day after, at about 10 a.m., the awakening event finishes and the Golden Cube falls back to the ground and continues to roll. From 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time that day to 12:50 p.m. of 9/20/2021, however, the 10% cube would create 6 new smaller corruption cubes of varying sizes, which have since lined up behind the original cube and now seem to be following it. This event also seemed to have stimulated the cube to roll much more frequently, and towards the aftermath. On the 23rd of 2021 of September, the Golden Cube arrives at Pleasant Park Cube and activates it. Activation ends the next day at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, and then from 2:18 to 2:15, baby cubes are made. Around 9/23/2021, Dr. Sloan and the IO convoy moved to Screen Still Bridge. On 9/28/2021, a cube came out of Building 2 of Steamy Sacks, destroying part of the building and the fence outside. As far as this is to be Kevin the Cube reformed, as it has been stated that after the end, the 0 Point reorganized the matter from Athena after it was destroyed, creating a new island. Dr. Sloan and the IO On 9/29, Dr. Sloan and the IO convoy moved towards Destroy Dish. On 9/28/2021, 12 p.m. Eastern, the Golden Cube begins to awaken the Kevin Steamy Stacks Cube, ending at 9/28/2021, 6 p.m., which is quicker than the rest of them. This awakening took only 6 hours, a shorter amount of time than the previous 2 cubes. This cube did not create any smaller cubes. Instead, the sideways began to spread from this. The sideways began to spread from this cube, aka Kevin, after its activation. Around October the 3rd on 2021, Dr. Sloan and the IO convoy move southeast of Fork Knife food truck. At 9:29, 4 p.m. Eastern, the Golden Cube arrives at Destroy Dish and awakens that cube. From 4:15 to 4:50, baby cubes are made. At 10:01, 6 p.m. Eastern, the Golden Cube arrives at Misty Meadows and awakens that cube. From 16 to 6:48 that day, or the next day, 6 baby cubes are created from the original larger cube. Around the fourth week, the Golden Cube rolls down past Hydro 16 and around Sludgy Swamp, and at 10/5/2021 activates the final cube near Weeping Woods. On 10/6 from 8:13 to 8:50, more baby cubes are made. On 10/08/2021, Dr. Sloan and the IO convoy moves southeast of Lazy Lake. On 10/10/2021, the cube family from Destroyed Dish passes over the convoy and corrupts the land. At 10/12/2021, 4:20 p.m. Eastern, the Golden Cube arrives at the aftermath and stops moving. Then at 7 p.m. Eastern, the Golden Cube levitates into the air over the aftermath and begins to shoot its golden electricity into the water below, just as it did with the corruption cubes when activating them. The Golden Cube rolled a total of 278 times before riding into the aftermath. The corruption cubes now collectively roll towards the aftermath as well, continuing to follow the Queen. On the 12th of October, Dr. Sloan and the IO convoy moved to Retail Roll. And the 6th week, the corruption cubes finish following the cube and arrive at the aftermath and the center of island, wherein all of 7 cubes would then group together, create a mysterious structure known as the convergence. Just as noticeably, the mysterious Queen Cube would finally emerge from within the Golden Cube, Cube Queen, stating that the time for games is over before summoning caretakers to the island to join her legion. Caretakers were massive, large, and sometimes invisible cube monsters. The Cube Queen is now seen hovering over the convergence behind the invincible shield and within a golden interdimensional sphere in a similar manner to the Ice King. The Cube Queen's in-game description says terror from beyond reality, just as Spire's assassin description says guardian of a world beyond reality. Whether or not this is the same reality is unknown. On 10/17, Dr. Sloan and the IO convoy move across Retail Row. Dark Jonesy, who is now stationed over in what's left of Steamy Sacks, has his Oracle vision restored. He predicts 2 paths for the island: painful sacrifice or total annihilation. Dr. Sloan and the IO convoy finally arrive at Redacted, which is the mountainous last bastion of IO, where they open the bunker located there and reveal the IO staging facility, which was incredibly small and guided us away. They have gathered the alien ship materials from the flatbed truck inside the facility. Around 10/28, the convergence enters its second stage, is southeast and southwest corners, expanding out, growing along with various new pillars, jump pads, and such. The Cube Queen is elevated upwards as the structure grows around. Around this time, the Batman Fortnite Foundation um, comic book takes place. The Foundation finally awakes at the seabed of NF 1935 in a Gotham City's harbor. The AI assistant in his armor retells the events of Zero Crisis. As he swims to the surface upon leaving the ocean, he is confronted by the Batman, who believes the Foundation to be one of the individuals who controls the loop. And furthermore, the island. Thus, it is the Batman that did come into the loop. After a re-skirmish where Batman states that he was able to reach Zero Point himself, the Foundation stops fighting him and reveals that it's the Imagined Order who controls the loop, saying it's safe to say we're enemies. The Foundation explains he is the leader of the Seven, and what the Imagined Order are doing to the Zero Point isn't natural, that they're threatening the balance of the Omniverse itself in pursuit of knowledge and power. He then explains the difference between pure portals, which can be closed at the source with ease, that was being used at the breach by the Order before he cut them off from it being using the spire, and sideways rifts, which are significantly harder to open. You must either hear naturally or be closed from both sides at once. Batman leads the Foundation to the sideways rift over Metropolis. After fighting off numerous villains during the rift alongside Justice League, the Batman who laughs deceives the Foundation scanners by using the fact he is still a Bruce Wayne, and uses them to pull himself into the rift's gravitational pull. Within the loop within the storm closing in, the Batman who laughed cracks the Foundation's helmet using his visor. before he believes it to be the Foundation's greatest fear to be looped. The Foundation, however, defeats the Batman Who Laughs, stating that he is already living with this greater fear, and the fact that the 0 point is in the hands of Gino. Ultimately, the Foundation and Batman seal a rift over Metropolis. The Foundation realizes he is the last organic sentient entity left in the center of the storm as the loop closes, and narrowly avoids being looped himself again. He wordlessly flies off to find Jones. The Batman Who Laughs lands on the island in the next loop cycle and reveals his visor made from the World Forge. Protects him from the memory wiping and speech preventing effects of the loop. The Batman Who Laughs goes off into the island laughing maniacally and fights off countless loopers. Before he could only destroy other realities within his own universe. But by using the 0 point, the Batman Who Laughs can now access every reality in 0 point it's connected to. On 11/6, the conversion enters the third phase, slightly expanding its reach further out in every direction. The Cube Queen and her cube are elevated even higher. On 11/16, the conversion enters its fourth and final stage, where it begins to evolve into a pyramid-like structure. It's near final, and is now finally named the Pyramid. The golden cube has now changed into an octagon. Looking at the cube queen, one can now hear mysterious, destabilizing sounds alongside her ominous laughter. The loopers are constructing a construction of a mysterious base near Pleasant Park. The Cube Queen has deployed countless warriors, and the cube's corruption is spreading fast. Sorry, I got distracted. Oh yeah, that's right. They end up bringing the brutes back. On chapter week 10, when the convergence reformed into the pyramid on 11/16, the orange corruption created by the cubes began to expand outwards in all directions with increasingly rapid pace. The war effort claims that it's almost time to employ a new fighting strategy in the war against the cubes. Before that, they set up donation stations, players to decide whether to bring back the proximity grenade launcher or the flint-knot pistol. The lava fort expands, and the countdown to the end begins. On week 11, corruption spreading from the pyramids has spread across the majority of the island center. As the end gets closer and closer, the lava fort is finished being its construction. There are numerous orange missiles located throughout the location, as well as a small bunker area, finding to be a forward assault base for whoever built it against the Cube. The end event of Chapter 2 commences. The blue cube had a teleport squall before the event and projects a large blue shield to protect the loopers underneath it. The sky darkens quickly as the cube queen awakens after a long period of dormancy, shooting a large beam of energy into the sky and opening Reality Zero's barrier, where countless motherships and cube cradles are waiting. Dozens of adapters and saucers are deployed, forming the island. It is worth noting that all of the adductors and motherships are golden in color, unlike Season 7, which were possibly purple bosses in defined ranks with Last Reality, or simply being a division that is directly commanded by the Cube Queen. Excuse me. The saucers overwhelm the shield of the blue cube, while caretakers storm the wall of fort and terrorize the loopers as the Cube Queen laughs maniacally. Loopers are disarmed by weapon abductions, and the blue cube is destroyed by an abductor, leaving them helpless. The Cube Queen taunts them by repeatedly saying they cannot escape the last reality. Meanwhile, in the bridge facility, Dr. Sloan and Gunnar prepare to execute Agent Jones for treason, who was captured following the Zero Crisis finale, and imprisoned by IO. However, before Jones could have been killed, the Foundation breaks the room and kills IO guards, unknown man. Before freeing Jones, Sloane's son remarks how she thought the Foundation was killed sometime earlier, to which the Foundation seals her in the room. The duo rush down the bridge hallway, taking out IO guards in the process, before they ultimately arrive at the 0 point containment chamber. Jones uses a knocked-over cube monolith panel as cover from the attacking IO guards, while the Foundation reverses the gyroscopic orientation of the island in order to completely flip it and defeat the Cube Queen. After flipping process begins, the Foundation orders Phase 2. On the surface, the visitors and the scientists arrive to rescue the helpless loopers. As the visitor fights off the caretaker, The scientists race into Io hatch near the wall. The visitor then departs with the island, while the departs the island. Sorry, visitors then departs the island while the scientist leads the loopers in. Yes, I'm still there. Got pissed 'cause I haven't touched anything in a minute. Are you still there? Says the turret. The visitor departs the island while the scientist leads the loopers in. The scientist hacks the entrance to the bridge and the groups head inside. Navigating through the endless hallways as the island has already rotated by 30 degrees, and objects start sliding down and tumbling down. The group then arrives at Zero Point Chamber, where they meet the Foundation. Scientist assures the loopers that although the service is lost, they will be safe in the bridge. After Jones expresses uncertainty around the glass panel separating the bridge from the ocean, scientist tells him that it could hold as long as it raised for 1,000 times the atmospheric pressure. As if on cue, a caretaker attacks and breaks the glass panel, flooding and destroying the bridge, and the looper that the player is controlling is sucked out of the facility and thrown around violently before they ultimately resurface at the watch as the entire island now stands nearly 90 degrees upright, with an entirely new island on the other side. Chapter 2 Island. The Cube Queen is then plunged in the ocean, which closes the portal above the island and seals the rest of the last reality fleet from Reality Zero. Only two and causes an explosion. Only two abductors remain, and those are soon crushed by the rotating island. As the Chapter 2 island sinks and the new one resurfaces, a tsunami is created from the falling island slams into the looper and knocks them out. Thus ends the last of the two longest chapters in Fortnite. Now I'm on hour 6-ish here, thanks to the interruptions we've been having and how long this was. So we're going to call it now. From here, the next time we come in, we'll do chapter 3, 4, 5, and 6, and they should be a lot easier to do, a lot shorter. But thank y'all for showing up. Again, if y'all are on YouTube and y'all listen to this, maybe to fall asleep because apparently people like the voice. I don't know. Um, Thank you. Leave thumbs up, likes, whatever, follow. And if you really like to support me, check out my books, Bite of the Moon and Bite of the Ancient, over in any ebook store you can find. Hell, if you ever see the physical one I know about, let me know, because I don't think they exist out in stores. Peace it out, guys.